so Phillips is right after Award. Right, okay. Come on, folks. Come in. Good morning. Welcome to the final day of this month's meeting. And quiet down. Sure. Come on. Behave yourselves. I'm sure you're all by now housebroken and don't need to be told to turn off your cell phones, but I'll mention it anyway. The treasures of the Choctaw Nation that were up in the vitrines yesterday have now returned to the library, and there are 2 new cases full of beautiful things to see. You can admire George Washington's handwriting and regret that your own is not the equal. Certainly I do. Anyway, they've got some remarkable treasures in them. We've found that we missed a name in the list of those who had been members for over 30 years who are here, and we want to recognize Peter Grant as a member for 35 years. So that. And before we begin inductions, I just want to say a word of thanks to our 3 vice presidents, whom you see on the stage most of the time during the meetings. They are wonderful presences and genial shepherds through the program and discreet timekeepers. They are also wonderful colleagues on the executive committee and the council. Nina, Jackie, and Harvey have just been absolute stalwarts, so I want to thank them publicly for what they do. Now, we will proceed to inductions of new members.
Thank you. Will Dr. Craig Calhoun please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President? Mr. President, I have the honor to present Craig Calhoun, University Professor of Social Sciences at Arizona State University. He is also the former President and Director of the London School of Economics and President of the Social Science Research Council. Dr. Calhoun is a comparative and historical sociologist, social theorist, and scholar recognized for his multidisciplinary approach to technology, social change, community, humanitarian emergencies, and universities. His most recent book, Degenerations of Democracy, explores the erosion of democracy's social foundations and the need to empower citizens to minimize inequalities while also emphasizing inclusivity. Dr. Calhoun is a member of the British Academy and was elected to the APS in 2012.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Will Dr. Martin Chalfie please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President? Mr. President, I have the honor to present Martin Chalfie, University Professor and former Chair of the Department of Biological Sciences at Columbia University. Dr. Chalfie was working as a high school science teacher when he made the discovery that led him to complete his PhD and devote his career to science and research. A faculty member at Columbia since 1982, the Chalfie Lab investigates nerve cell development and function. Dr. Chalfie's research explores the way different types of nerve cells acquire and maintain unique characteristics, as well as the response of sensory cells to mechanical signals. A member of the National Academy of Sciences, the National Academy of Medicine, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, and the Royal Society. Dr. Chalfie is also a Nobel laureate, winning the prize in 2008 for chemistry for, and I quote, the discovery and development of the green fluorescent protein, GFP.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations, Marty.
Thank you. Will Dr. Julie Fairman please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President? Mr. President, I have the honor to present Julie Fairman, Professor of Nursing at the University of Pennsylvania School of Nursing and a historian of nursing. Dr. Fairman's work examines the history of health policy related to the scope of practice and service models, the history of technology, and more recently, the intersection of civil rights and health care. She served as the 2009 Scholar-in-Resident at the Institute of Medicine, working with the Committee on the Future of Nursing, and is the first nurse to deliver the American Association for the History of Medicine's Fielding H. Garrison Lecture. In 2024, Dr. Fairman was named a living legend by the American Academy of Nursing in recognition of her contributions to recording the history of nursing and for bringing to light the injustices within the field.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Will Dr. Paul Guyer please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President? Mr. President, I have the honor to present Paul Guyer, inaugural Jonathan Nelson Professor of Humanities and Philosophy at Browne University. Dr. Guyer's work examines Emanuel Kant and the broader topics of ethics and aesthetics in modern philosophy. Dr. Guyer has written 13 books on Kant and edited 6 anthologies of Kant's work. He served as president of the Eastern Division of the American Philosophical Society. It just rolls off the tongue. American Philosophical Association, not to be confused with the society, and of the American Society of Aesthetics, and he also chaired the advisory board of the North American Kant Society. Dr. Guyer was awarded the Centennial Medal of the Harvard Graduate School of Arts and Sciences and is also a fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Will Dr. Mary E. Miller please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President? Mr. President, I have the honor to present Mary Miller, former director of the Getty Research Institute and Sterling Professor Emeritus in History of Art at Yale University. Dr. Miller specializes in the art of ancient Mexico and the Maya. She is the author of numerous books on Mesoamerican art, including The Murals of Bonamar and The Blood of Kings, Ritual and Dynasty in Maya Art, which was awarded the Alfred Barr Award. Dr. Miller has curated major exhibitions at the National Gallery of Art and the Fine Arts Museum of San Francisco. Her final exhibition opens at the Getty in June and will be accompanied by the book Artifacts to Art, Collecting Ancient America in Mid-Century LA.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah.
Will Dr. Robert D. Putnam please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President? Mr. President, I have the honor to present Bob Putnam, the Malkin Professor of Public Policy at Harvard University, a former staff member of the U.S. National Security Council, and the former dean of the Kennedy School at Harvard University. Dr. Putnam is a highly sought political scientist who has advised numerous global, national, and grassroots leaders, including Presidents Clinton, Bush, and Obama, Prime Ministers Blair, Browne, and Cameron, Irish and Finnish President Nishito, a member of the National Academy of Sciences, a fellow of the British Academy, and former president of the American Political Science Association. Dr. Putnam was awarded the Skite Prize in Political Science and was also awarded the National Humanities Award by Barack Obama.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you. Will the Honorable Guido Calabresi please come forward to the President's desk to sign the roll book and then receive a formal welcome from the President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present Guido Calabresi, Judge for the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit since 1994, and Sterling Professor of Law Emeritus, and then Professorial Lecturer in Law at Yale University, where he first began teaching in 1959. Judge Calabresi is recognized as a foundational contributor to the field of law and economics, applying economic analysis to tort law, most notably in his 1970 book, The Costs of Accidents. Elected to the APS in 1997, Judge Calabresi is a Rhodes Scholar, a member of the Academy of Arts and Sciences, and a member of the National Academy of Sciences.
By the authority and in the name of the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, I do admit you a member thereof. Congratulations. Got it.
Thank you.
You're going to have a seat. We'll now take a moment to rearrange the stage and get ready. Okay, that's been done. We next will turn to an awards ceremony. We are going to be presenting one of the Society's oldest and most distinguished awards, the Henry M. Phillips Prize. Linda Greenhouse, the chair of the Phillips Prize Committee, will present the award.
Not working? It is working, okay. The Henry M. Phillips Prize in Jurisprudence was established in 1888 by Emily Phillips in memory of her brother, an APS member. It honors a lifetime of major contributions to the science and philosophy of law. Needless to say, prior winners have been among the most distinguished legal thinkers of the past century and a half. So I have the honor today of bestowing the Phillips Prize on the Honorable Guido Calabresi, former Dean of Yale Law School, and since 1994, a judge on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit. It is not only an honor, but a great personal pleasure. Guido Calabresi and I have known each other for close to 50 years. He was first my professor, later my colleague, and for many years, my friend. I'll read the prize citation. Quote, "In recognition of his lifelong service to the law over 3 decades on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit, his foundational scholarship in the fields of law and economics, including his books, The Cost of Accidents, Tragic Choices, and A Common Law for the Age of Statutes, dozens of broadly influential articles, and a 65-year teaching and administrative career at Yale Law School," unquote. Just to elaborate for a moment, and then Guido and I will be having a conversation on stage. His influence has been to cause us to think systematically about systems that inevitably produce accidents, enhancing old ways of conceptualizing the morality of accidents with new insights into how such systems can be effectively managed. His work was foundational in giving birth to the field of law and economics. He was elected to the APS in 1997. Judge Calabresi was born in 1932 in Milan and came to the United States as a child with his highly accomplished and openly anti-fascist parents who fled the Mussolini regime and settled in New Haven. He attended Yale College and Yale Law School, won a Rhodes Scholarship, and clerked on the Supreme Court for Justice Hugo Black. He joined the Yale Law faculty directly from his clerkship, becoming the youngest person to attain the rank of full professor. When he taught his final torts class almost exactly 5 years ago, 160 of his former students showed up to surprise and to honor him. So I share with the other members of the Phillips Prize Committee, Jane Ginsburg, Goodwin Liu, Martha Minow, Robert Post, and Jeffrey Stone, my delight in giving the Phillips Prize in Jurisprudence to Guido Calabresi. Okay. Okay.
On the other side.
Other side? Oh.
Okay, thank you. Now, do we go up?
Yes. You can give us chairs. Okay. So we have just a few minutes for a conversation, and not an interview by me, but I'm going to throw out a question, and I hope that will provoke some reflections. So your career has gone in some important stages: legal scholarship, starting as a very young man, academic administration, and now the judiciary. And so I want to ask you whether you sense a through line in that trajectory of your life, and what lessons you might have drawn that would help you move from one to the other.
Well, first, I got to say that there is nothing luckier than to be able to move from one thing to another that is related but different. You know, as a scholar, I was pretty well regarded, and I become a new dean, kid on the block, no one trusts me, I have to do it. At the end of 10 years of dean, I was Methuselah's uncle. Everybody trusted me, all was well, and I become a new judge. Many of the people on my court had been my students, but that doesn't matter. As a judge, you're the junior judge, and you'd better learn to be polite and do things. And that was wonderfully rejuvenating. That was 30 years ago. I now may be Methuselah's brother on the court, but I've had... What you learn from that is how important always to start again, to do what you've been doing, but to begin again as somebody who has to learn from others. And that's been wonderful. The other thing is, I've gotten a sense of a difference between what you do as a scholar and what you do as a judge. You know, they say, there's a saying, do justice though the heavens fall, to judges. That's nonsense. If a judge caused the heavens to fall, that judge would be out on her butt in no time. Judges have to do things slowly because it isn't just justice, but what happens to people. And when courts move too fast to change things, that is a serious problem. Academics can write what they think is just, well, the heavens may fall, because the heavens don't fall. Because at that point, there's always somebody out there who says, he never held a job. She never hired people. That doesn't mean that what we do isn't highly relevant. It is, but more slowly. And so we can say what we believe, regardless of what anybody else, and that's our duty. When I first wrote in torts, I was a little frightened by the fact that some of my things got picked up too quickly. I still believe they're right, and they got picked up, but it takes more slowly. And that understanding of what these different parts of law are has been one of the great blessings of my life.
Well, you said so many interesting things there. I'll just tease out a couple. One about starting again. I mean, one of my pleasures in having been a member of the APS is meeting people late in their careers who have chosen to go down so many interesting paths. Barry Blumberg was the president of the APS when I first joined. He was a Nobel laureate in medicine. Late in his life, he decided to work for NASA because he was very interested in the potential of life in outer space. I mean, I just found that amazing, you know. So I just wanted to mention that. And then, of course, your thoughts about the necessity for judges to keep in mind the landscape on which their decisions fall and the impact that that fall is going to have. I don't want to put you on the spot. I think I infer some awareness of a discussion that's going on right now about our highest court.
Well, I do think that our court is making a mistake in acting too much like district judges and deciding a particular case, the issue immediately before them in this shadow docket. A very wise judge said a district court has to settle the case. It's something before it, there's a crisis, you do something, you settle it. You may get the law right, you may get it wrong, but you do what deals with the parties. Courts of appeal are there to get the law right. 3 years later, in a different setting, when it's calm and one can think about the whole thing. I think one of the things that has been happening is that for whatever reason, the Supreme Court has felt itself the need to do what is primarily a job of a trial judge and say, here's this crisis, settle it this way. And that is structurally not the way we are set. If I may tell a little story. Years ago, there was a terrible race riot in New York. And in the middle of a race riot, an African-American kid was beating up an Orthodox Jewish shopkeeper, and the sirens sounded. He tried to get away. The shopkeeper tried to hold on to him. The kid took out a knife to get away, stabbed the guy, and the guy died. He was malpracticed. Later, the kid was tried for murder in a federal court. The district judge decided that he wanted this trial in this tremendous crisis to calm things, and so he put on the jury a certain number of Orthodox Jewish people and a certain number of African Americans, with the agreement of the parties. The kid was convicted. The case went up on appeal. 3 years later, I was on the panel. I wrote the opinion, and I said, that was wrong. It was gerrymandering, bad pun. You can't do that. I met the judge afterwards. He was a friend. And he said, Guido, do you think you're smarter than I am? And I said, no, David. If I had been in your situation, I might well have done exactly what you did because it was necessary to calm things down. But 3 years later, when we heard it, we had to decide whether juries belong to the nation or to the parties and must be other thing. And that's why we decided as the way we did. He was quite mollified, but it said something about the different roles of lower courts and higher courts, and I'm afraid that for whatever reason, the Supreme Court has gotten into the habit of doing what is only best done by district courts.
And of course, the court cheats itself it's not in a position to find facts. So it's really the victim of the factual record that is presented without that intermediary stage that you just described.
We don't, you can never know that much at the very beginning. All you can know is there's one person who's hurt and there's another person who's hurt. And the district court, the trial court, can probably say which is most damaged if we decide one way or another, and do that and not worry too much about what the ultimate decision on law is. And that's a structural matter. And one of the most important things in our courts today is to be aware of what the structure of a constitution demands, as well as its original meaning.
As well as its original meaning. And of course, one thing we're discussing in this particular setting on the eve of the 250th anniversary is, what is the original meaning?
Yeah, well, and the original meaning is terribly important. I clerked for Justice Black. He was the original originalist, but he was no fool. He knew perfectly well that certain things had to change or didn't make quite sense. And if you think in terms of structure, then if you deviate from the original meaning, you do it only as much as is necessary. Now, by claiming original meanings in order to do things that are structurally necessary, courts sometimes go wild, do things which are completely unrelated to that. Black did say there is tremendous power in a written constitution, in the Declaration of Independence, because they tell us what our original values were. It says no person shall be twice put in jeopardy. And then precedent on precedent on precedent may change that, he said. But the language is there, and it makes the courts think, can we head back? Can we ratchet back? And that's good, so long as you also know you can't move so fast that all sorts of people suffer because we were relying on other things.
Yeah, I want to tie that back to what you said about your early life in academia and moving quickly. So my observation when I became a teacher at Yale Law School was that the stars, the academic stars, were not those who could simply take a body of law and explicate it and work everything out and so on, but were those who proposed a paradigm shift in how one thinks about a particular problem, and that's what you did. I think that's what you were referring to when you said people adopted it too quickly. And talk a little about that, because I think that probably has resonance with the non-legal academia here.
There is certainly a great deal of benefit in just moving a field outward a little bit. And if I may be provincial, I think this is what the Harvard Law School does beautifully. I also think that there is an extreme importance in having those scholars who look at a field and say, but here is a totally different way of looking at it. The paradigm breakers. And by the way, the paradigm breakers sometimes are from the right, sometimes they're from the left. More often they have been from the left, but they can be from any direction and make you rethink things completely. I've always thought that that is what my school had a particular advantage in doing because of its size and because of certain traditions of what it is. And frankly, that's what I look for in anyone we hire. Somebody who can take a field and say, gee, you know, what if we look at it this way? What if we see it in a different way? And that's what moves things forward. And that's what, by the way, the great academies, Il Lincei in Italy and this academy have always been about.
And of course, in the enterprise of science, you can draw the analogy too. I mean, someone who sees a problem in a completely different way, of course, building on all the incremental steps that came before.
Of course, you always build on other things. And it's strange how often the new paradigm comes not to one person, but to more than one. It almost never happens that somebody else isn't doing the totally new thing at the same time. Darwin and Wallace, you know, you can name them all the way through. And one of the interesting things is that when I wrote my first things in law and economics, there was this character in Italy who wrote a book that came out a little bit after mine, but was so similar that I thought he must have copied it. And I went and saw him, and no, he had just at that same time, for some reason, the furniture had been moved in a way that he could see it that way.
Well, I think we have to wrap up, but this has been very enlightening for me, and I think for everybody. And keep up with the paradigm shifts because we need new thinking right now.
Well, I want to just say one thing about the Academy, because I am an in-law member of this Academy from way, way back. My wife, who is as Yankee as I am not, also descends from John James Audubon, who was one of the earliest members of this Academy. And so there's a particular pleasure in bringing her in-law back to it. Thank you.
Okay, Guido, thank you.
Great. Okay. Now it's my pleasure to turn the lectern over to Vice President Harvey Fineberg for the next part of our morning program. All right.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to see you all, and what a delightful opening to our day. Our next session deals with a very weighty topic. Will America's constitutional democracy survive? Our plan for this session is to hear separately from two speakers. They will then engage in a brief dialogue between the two of them, and then we'll have an opportunity to open for audience participation, questions, and answers. Our first speaker is Roger Smith. He's an APS member and the Christopher H. Browne Distinguished Emeritus Professor of Political Science at the University of Pennsylvania. He's a scholar of constitutional law, American political thought, and modern legal and political thought on citizenship, race, ethnicity, and gender. Professor Smith has written 9 books, including his award-winning Civic Ideals, Conflicting Visions of Citizenship in U.S. History, which was also a finalist for the Pulitzer Prize in History. He served as founding director of the Andrea Mitchell Center for the Study of Democracy, co-founded the Teachers Institute of Philadelphia, and was former president of the American Political Science Association. Please join me in welcoming Roger Smith.
Thank you. It's great to be with you all today on this beautiful morning. Our topic is not such a beautiful one. Yesterday, Tom Carruthers said that America is the only one of the established democracies to undergo democratic decline in the last 2 decades. That perception gives rise to the sobering question John, you and I will discuss. Will America's constitutional democracy survive? I'll break the question into 2 parts. First, will American constitutionalism survive? And second, will it survive in a form that can credibly be called democratic? On the first issue, in recent years, writers across the political spectrum have argued that America's current crippling polarization stems in part from the fact that from the progressive era on, American thought leaders have advocated for 2 fundamentally opposed visions of the Constitution, each bitterly condemning the other as a betrayal of America's ideals, and each now championed by one of the 2 major parties intensifying their rivalry. One view, which I'll call the traditionalist Constitution, is most identified with the original Constitution written down the street in 1787 and in its first 12 amendments. The second, which I'll call the liberal living Constitution, is most identified with the progressive movement and the civil rights movement in the 20th century. Their views are reflected in the 4 progressive-era amendments and 3 democratizing amendments passed in the 1960s and in 1971. Together, these amendments created a progressive income tax to fund an expanded national government, and they expanded American democracy, enfranchising women, those who could not pay poll taxes, and 18-year-olds, amongst other measures. The survival of American constitutionalism, I believe, depends on leaders and citizens finding common ground between these rival constitutional visions, rather than inflaming their undeniable differences. And my perhaps controversial claim this morning is that there is common ground to be found if we wish to do so. But first, let me sketch the differences in these constitutional views. Most proponents of traditional constitutionalism have believed that the Constitution's goals reflect the eternal wisdom of the Enlightenment sciences and the Christian religion. And many have thought this means government should secure the natural rights deemed self-evident in the Declaration of Independence. The founders thought those goals required a novel system of government, a large-scale federated representative democracy or republic with a tripartite separation of powers, and most governance done at the state and local levels. They wanted stronger protections for commerce and property rights, scientific innovations, and a range of freedoms, but their Constitution also tacitly accepted, and in some ways facilitated, the nation's reliance on enslaved labor, the conquest of tribal territories, as well as many states' franchise restrictions on women, people of color, and poor white men. 20th century living constitutionalism has challenged a lot in the traditionalist Constitution. It rejects the idea that property rights especially should be treated as fixed and instead sees legal rights as man-made instruments to achieve the public good, to be altered as changing conditions require. In the progressive era, these views involve rejection of Enlightenment beliefs in unchanging natural rights and natural law, though after World War II, those doctrines came to be refounded as human rights. But rather than natural law or Christianity, liberal constitutionalists see the true foundation of legitimate governments as the democratic will of the people to decide society's values and purposes, aided by scientific expertise to find and administer the means to achieve those purposes. They believe the Constitution should be interpreted adaptively in ways that permit the people's evolving values and purposes to be achieved. That's living constitutionalism. They believe most modern problems have to be addressed primarily at the national, not the state or local levels. And they have added to the tripartite separation of powers an expansive administrative state, staffed by experts in regulation and public service provision. They have also recast the judiciary from the guardians of an unchanging dead Constitution to the protectors of modern American democracy's fundamental values whenever the legislature or the executive lose sight of them. And while many progressives of the early 20th century still adhered to beliefs in the superiority of propertied white Protestant American men and their culture to everyone else, since World War II, liberal constitutionalists have increasingly championed the rights of long disadvantaged groups, including the poor, women, racial, religious, and sexual minorities, disabled persons, and the indigenous tribes. Those positions have outraged many proponents of traditionalist constitutionalism. They believe adapting the Constitution in light of evolving values is dangerously relativistic. They see the championing of new rights for a wide range of groups as fostering reverse discrimination against traditionalist Americans. And perhaps most of all, they think that liberal judges overturning state and national laws in the name of what the judges see as fundamental values, along with allegedly expert liberal bureaucrats creating coercive regulations and deciding who gets taxpayer dollars, together have subjected Americans to the tyrannical rule of unelected elites via a bloated national government that tramples over state, local, and individual rights. Many traditionalists now believe that if the traditionalist Constitution is ever to be restored, it's necessary to impose new barriers to voting that primarily affect the less advantaged who vote for liberal policies, and to give conservative presidents almost unbounded powers to dismantle much of the contemporary administrative, regulatory, and civil rights state, largely created by the New Deal and Great Society Congresses. Liberals, including me, see those steps as significant threats to American democracy. But what both liberals and conservatives downplay is that in reality, both these rival visions of the Constitution are now written into different parts of the text of the Constitution. If we're to continue to be guided by it, and successfully writing a new Constitution seems inconceivable, we must seek to find common ground between them. Doing so is also necessary if we're to build electoral coalitions broad enough to defeat anti-democratic forces. To see how common constitutional ground can be found, we have to understand that the founding era gave rise to an intense debate in the antebellum period about the relationship of the second sentence of the Declaration, the one proclaiming all are created equal, to the Constitution. Many early state constitutions, and in fact most today, begin with language echoing that second sentence. The 1780 Massachusetts Constitution did so, beginning, all men are born free and equal and have certain natural, essential, and unalienable rights. In 1783, the Massachusetts Supreme Court said that language meant slavery was unconstitutional in the state. In 1787, the Southern delegates to the Philadelphia Convention were vividly aware of this development. They kept any such language out of the new national Constitution. So through the antebellum era, there was a debate. Was the Constitution an instrument for the goals of government defined in the second sentence of the Declaration? Or was it an instrument for achieving a more perfect union, justice, and the blessings of liberty just for ourselves and our posterity, understood as the ethnocultural heirs of the propertied white Christian men who led the founding? The clashes over those rival understandings, of course, centered on slavery, and they gave rise to the Republican Party that came to power in 1860 on a platform insisting that the Constitution should be read as an instrument to achieve the goals of the second sentence of the Declaration, a reading which they believed required banning slavery in the territories. That policy led to the Civil War, and it led the Lincoln Republicans in 1864 to call for an amendment to end slavery throughout the land, which became the 13th Amendment, banning slavery and involuntary servitude and giving Congress power to enforce the amendment. But national leaders disagreed over just how much power the amendment gave Congress, so Republicans then passed the 14th Amendment, providing birthright citizenship regardless of race and empowering Congress to prevent the states from denying U.S. citizens their privileges and immunities and from denying any person due process rights and the equal protection of the laws. Speaker of the House Schuyler Colfax called the new amendment the gem of the Constitution because he said it embedded the Declaration in the Constitution. And so it authoritatively ended the legal debate over whether the Constitution was an instrument for the Declaration's goals. But it didn't end the political debate. Many white Americans didn't support more national actions to secure equal rights for all, so Republicans passed the 15th Amendment, guaranteeing the vote to all regardless of race, color, or previous condition of servitude, thereby enfranchising black Republicans. I suggest these three Reconstruction amendments should be at the center of our readings of the Constitution today because they provide common ground between the traditionalist and the living Constitution visions. The Reconstruction amendments still reflect the beliefs in natural rights, Enlightenment rationalism, and Christianity of the founding generation, along with most of their views of the goals of government. But the amendments commit the Constitution and the national government to greater protection for the rights of all, including racial minorities. They expand American democracy by enfranchising more participants, and they give the Congress greater power to achieve those goals. These are all core features of modern liberal constitutionalism that its 20th century amendments have carried further. And if pressed, not all, but most conservatives and liberals today actually agree on the Reconstruction Amendment's decisive authority. In the Supreme Court case ending affirmative action in higher education, the conservative Justice Clarence Thomas said Americans must adhere to the promise of equality codified in the second founding that the 14th and other Reconstruction amendments provided. He thereby assigned them more authority than the first founding on the subjects they address. The liberal Justice Sonia Sotomayor similarly said the Reconstruction era was a transformational point in the history of American democracy, committing the nation to racial equality, a transformation she too treated as authoritative. As their sharp division over the outcome in that case shows, their shared belief that the Reconstruction amendments commit the nation to fulfilling the goals of the second sentence of the Declaration of Independence did not resolve these justices' severe differences over the means to achieving those goals. Taking the Reconstruction amendments as our central constitutional guides will not put an end to arguments over whether we achieve racial equality through colorblind or race-conscious reparative policies, whether we promote the general welfare through governmental social aid programs or through reliance on market systems, or how we can best make democratic self-governance more real. But doing so might permit more of us to see at least some of the leaders of opposing parties and most of our fellow citizens as partners in a common constitutional enterprise who just have different judgments on the best means to achieve goals and values that we share. I submit that more of us, both leaders and citizens, have to become willing to see each other in that light going forward if we are to reach constructive compromises and build coalitions that can enable American constitutionalism to survive. And the pollsters who spoke to us yesterday contended that most of our citizens are willing to do so, or will be, if their leaders focus on the common ground that the Constitution provides. What of the second issue? Can American constitutionalism survive in a form that is defensively democratic? Here, too, I think we should take guidance from the Reconstruction Amendments, and here is where, John, you and I may differ the most. Those were the first amendments to contain clauses, as all three do, empowering Congress to enforce them through appropriate legislation. 5 of the 7 later amendments arising from liberal living constitutionalism have similar clauses. These clauses are rooted in the belief, also shared by most of the founders in 1787, that the Congress, the most representative branch of the federal government, should always be the heart of national democratic self-governance in America, just as the Reconstruction Congress was the driving force in its day. But for decades now, as both conservatives and liberals agree, Constitution has ceded vast amounts of its authority to the president, to the courts, and to administrative and regulatory agencies. It has cut, instead of expanded, its own sources of expertise, including its former Office of Technology Assessment and expert staff members for committees and for the Congressional Reference Service, the Government Accountability Office, and even the Congressional Budget Office. It has reduced its own work week and overall days in session. Too many of its members, who are routinely reelected but still fear being primaried, devote most of their time to fundraising and campaigning back home and to getting media attention instead of negotiating, deliberating, and legislating together. The current Congress is amongst the least productive in history. Study after study shows that Americans do not feel themselves to be meaningful participants in processes of democratic self-governance, and we need to do a lot of different and difficult things if that is ever to change. But one difficult thing we must do is to restructure Congress so that it becomes an effective instrument of representative deliberative democracy, one that actually exercises its constitutional powers over economic issues like tariffs, national security issues like wars, and its repeatedly asserted commitments to furthering the goals of its 1965 Voting Rights Act. On this second issue, the actual question is not whether democracy will survive in America. It is how we, the people, can revive democracy in America after decades of decline, and how we can breathe more life into it today and tomorrow than it has had through all too much of our history. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Professor Smith, thank you for setting the stage so brilliantly. We're now going to hear from John Yoo. He is the Emanuel S. Heller Professor of Law at the University of California, Berkeley, Distinguished Visiting Scholar in the School of Civic Leadership, and Senior Research Fellow at the Civitas Institute at the University of Texas at Austin. He also serves as a non-resident Senior Fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. Professor Yoo has served all 3 branches of government, including at the U.S. Department of Justice on national security and terrorism following 9/11, and as general counsel to the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee. He supervises the Public Law and Public Policy program at University of California's Constitution Center and is a regular contributor on national security, constitutional law, international law, and the Supreme Court for the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, Washington Post, LA Times, and National Review. Please join me in welcoming Professor John Yoo.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to come speak to you today. As a native Philadelphian, I used to walk by this building as a child, and I wondered what secret rites were going on in here, what mysterious ceremonies, and it turned out to be completely right. You were honoring my dean, Guido Calabresi, who I first encountered, I counted up 37 years ago, as first year in his torts class. And I have to confess, I didn't understand anything he was talking about then. But now it makes perfect sense. I was a terrible student. It took 35 years for it to sink in. I also want to say it's a great pleasure to be here with Roger Smith, who at that time was also a Yale professor and was my professor for advanced administrative law. It sounds like we're allowing our hometown to be taken over by people from New Haven. I fortunately was banished to Berkeley, California. I still haven't figured out why. I came expecting a debate. As a lawyer trained by Guido, I thought there's a winner and a loser. But after listening to Rogers, I think we actually probably agree very much on our diagnosis of what's happened. Our disagreement may come to what's the remedy, as I would think of it. I think that and here's where we differ. I think Rogers wants us to view the Constitution as the grounds for some kind of consensus. And I think of the Constitution more as a boundary within which we conduct political disagreement, sometimes even conflict. And that we haven't exceeded, I think, the outer bounds of what the Constitution sets out. The Constitution doesn't, in my view, require there to be a set way that we conduct our government, conduct our political disagreements, but it allows a range of them. And we've gone through periodic changes in our governing systems. The question, I think, that Rogers and I are both trying to figure out, are we living through one right now that's just as profound as when Thomas Jefferson and the Democratic Republicans kicked out the Federalists? Or maybe the one that's closest to what we're living through today, the Jacksonian period that introduced broadened populist democracy over the kind, I think, reflective republicanism of the founders, or Lincoln, as Rogers was talking about with the 14th Amendment and the Civil War, or FDR. And I would say we're still living through the FDR period. We are still in the world of progressive government. And that government is, as Rogers described, I think, characterized by large delegations of authority from Congress to technical expertise in the agencies. I read a lot of your bios because I was so thrilled again to be invited. Many of you have experience in these agencies. Most of you in the audience would qualify as the kind of experts that Woodrow Wilson or FDR would have wanted to run our government agencies. And a world where the judiciary, which, no offense, Guido, is for the most part general lawyers who are relatively advanced in age and experience, but are not specialists, not experts themselves, generally defer to the decisions of those agency experts. I don't think, and I'm sure we'll talk about this quite a bit in the question and answer, I'd be very disappointed in my neighbors here in Philadelphia if we did not. I don't think Donald Trump represents a severe break with that model. In fact, I think what he is doing is he's actually, I think, maximally using many of the powers of the progressive government that FDR and Woodrow Wilson designed, but obviously for very different objectives than they would have approved of. I think he also, however, and this is, I don't really agree with this, I think the alternate explanation is that Trump does represent a threat to constitutional democracy because he's kind of the representation of an outbreak of, I think Rogers referred to it, right-wing populism that some people think is produced by dislocation because of globalization or the increasing emergence of technologies disrupting our economy. I'm not so sure that's what it is. I'm not so sure that's outside the bounds of what our Constitution establishes. I think instead what we may be living, and I think we're living through it right now, so it's hard to tell what direction it will take. I think you see widespread dissatisfaction with the outlines of progressive government. I think it comes from both the right and the left. You have, think about the last 15 years we lived through, the economic collapse of 2009, and then the failure in Iraq, And I'll confess, I was very much a part of the Bush administration that led us into that. And then the COVID shutdowns. I think a lot of people have lost faith with expert government of the kind envisioned by progressivism. I'm not talking about progressivism now, but the way Rogers and I would talk about would be big P progressives introduced by Teddy Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson and FDR. And I think you could say there are two responses to this. And I'll try to close up because I do want to leave as much time as possible for discussion. You could say the Supreme Court, having looked at Professor Smith's description, are actually trying to take us back to that first idea. You can see what the Roberts Court is doing is trying to increase direct presidential control over the agencies so they won't be governed by independent experts anymore. You could see the Supreme Court is also trying to push back on delegations from Congress to those agencies and try to return power back to Congress, even though, and having worked in Congress, I can attest to this, even though Congress doesn't want that power anymore. They don't want to exercise it. They'd rather give tough decisions to the agencies. And then a Supreme Court that's going to expand its powers and try to police more carefully the line between national and federal power and state power with the idea of trying to decentralize government in our country rather than the centralization and delegation of authority to these expert agencies that we saw during the progressive era. I'm not sure that's going to work, but I think you're seeing elements today. You're going to see, I think, the Supreme Court, we could discuss this, but I think this summer we're going to see the Supreme Court end the independence of almost every federal agency except for perhaps the Federal Reserve Bank. And then you're going to see maybe a conflict between the president and the Federal Reserve that will not be that different than the one Andrew Jackson had with the building right across the street at the Second Bank of the United States. Right? I think you could see the court have a really hard time, but I think they're trying to press forward on this idea of pushing power back to Congress. There's this thing called the major questions doctrine, which the lawyers in the room are going to be very familiar with. To me, that's a stalking horse for a more ambitious project, which may fail, which is to stop those delegations, say that the legislative power requires Congress to make certain decisions itself. And you're seeing the courts, I think, periodically now, with greater frequency, strike down federal laws that expand the power of the federal government. For good or ill, that's what I think this court's mission is, and I think that can be read as an effort to return power back to return the design of our government back to the way it was before the progressive era. Some of you may say, I might say, that seems like a quixotic romantic hope, that our country, our economy, our society are far too complicated to be governed by the sort of romantic enlightenment, romantic enlightenment. The cultural historians will just say, I just said something completely opposite to one another. It's a sort of historical Enlightenment view of government as being the product of checks and balances, like perfectly operating spheres. It's almost Newtonian in the way they thought of government. But what I would challenge us all, I think we have so much brain power in this room to think about, is what will replace progressive government. I do think you're seeing an expansion of political conflict because I personally just think we're living through that period of time. I'm sure Donald Trump does not think about this at all. I'm not sure what he thinks about at all, but I'm sure he's not thinking about, am I living through the next big change in the system of government compared to these other periods? But I would urge us all to sit down. What would the government system look like that would replace the one that we've lived under now for about 90 to 100 years? I can't see it becoming one that actually accelerates the system of progressivism. I have a hard time thinking we're going to give even more power to even more independent agencies and see even less judicial review and see even less decisions by Congress. So that's what perhaps I think, having lived through these three crises myself, what we may see is a government that becomes more decentralized, where decision-making is pushed downwards in government, that we may lose confidence in the ability of the national government to get things right all the time, and so we may see a system that has much more redundancy. Maybe that will produce more resilience, too. But let me close by saying I still think that that outcome will be within the range of constitutional democracy set up 250 years ago here in Philadelphia, that we shouldn't be worried that we see high levels of political conflict and partisanship within that system. Maybe it's been since World War II we lived through an unusual period of consensus, and that now that we are returning back to, I think, a normal power rather than the great power that I think for the good of the world did establish the rules of the road throughout the world and guaranteed the peace since 1945. Our resources may no longer be available to pay for that world. We're going to withdraw somewhat from that role in world politics, and maybe the federal government will withdraw from the role it's played in national politics. I still think that we will still be within the system, even though we're going to see high levels of conflict that the founders set up. And to close, I hope that our progeny 50 years from now, when they celebrate the 300th anniversary of the revolution, will be here again and have the same kind of people here, and you will have the same debate 50 years from now, is our constitutional democracy under threat? So thank you very much for allowing me to join you. I really look forward to discussing with Roger Smith and all of you. Thank you very much. Stay up here. Oh, okay.
If you wouldn't mind, Rogers, I'm going to let you take the first part. I'll just say a couple words.
Okay.
So the next part of our program will be a brief dialogue between our two speakers who come at the question, I would say, from quite different vantage points. Rogers outlined for all of us the diagnosis, as John described, and also pointed to potential starting point for common ground in the post-Civil War period of amendment. John seemed to come forward with a different view about the resilience of the existing boundary conditions of the Constitution to permit evolution, change, adaptation, and over time, continuity of a constitutional democracy in the United States in a recognizable form. So let me turn over first to our two speakers for engaging in this question, perhaps beginning with what is the right starting point now to go forward? Rogers, you might begin with that and carry on with the dialogue with John as you wish.
Okay, thank you. John, I think that you're right that we have similar diagnosis of the problem, but different notions of how we try to address it today. In your comments just now, you emphasized how the Supreme Court is prodding Congress to fulfill its responsibilities better, and I agree with that, and I sure hope Congress takes up the call and decides major questions with more clear guidance for the executive branch than it sometimes has in the past. But in your writings, you've also argued that the presidency, and Donald Trump in particular, have an important role in restoring what I've called the traditionalist Constitution. You've written that while you didn't support Donald Trump in 2016, you decided by 2020 he had become the defender-in-chief of the more traditionalist constitutional structure. And I know you mean that chiefly because he was using executive power to reduce the administrative and regulatory state, which we agree is a progressive addition to the constitutional structure that you and he would like to see eliminated. But I'm wondering if you would stand by that description now. It doesn't seem like he's taking actions to strengthen the congressional role on tariffs assigned to Congress. In the 20th century, Chief Justice Taft said, okay, the executive branch can have more power in tariffs, but only if following Congress's intelligible principle about how to structure them. It didn't say it was an all-purpose tool of executive unilateral foreign policy. And the original Constitution did leave elections mostly to the states. Now the president by executive, and with Congress having some authority, but now the president by executive order is trying to organize the way that elections are structured. Is this really a president trying to restore the traditionalist constitution, the originalist constitution as you would see it? Or is this a president exercising the kind of broad powers that some progressives wanted that I thought you were against?
Yeah. Well, thank you. First, I just want to make clear, I'm no ambassador from the conservative movement to Philadelphia or to the American Philosophical Society, so don't take anything I say as any kind of official view. I've just been watching like you and trying to figure out what's happening. And I really do think I tried to explain Donald Trump once as like I don't want to insult any scientists now for my ignorance of science, but I think of him like as a gas molecule that just bounces around randomly, but still subject to the rules of whatever container he's in. Does that make any sense to the scientists? No, there are several Nobel laureates shaking their head no. Wow. That's always a first to take home.
We're with you on the gas part.
I'm going to tell him you said that. It was very good. So I don't think he thinks about this, or maybe even the White House, top advisors think about it in those sort of broader terms we're talking about. They're responding, I think, to political incentives, like as our members of Congress. And one thing I've noticed and heard from many congressmen and women is that it's very hard to imagine Congress playing this institutional role we hope for, because look at the method. You become a well-known Congress person. You don't do it by spending decades legislating. You're not Dirksen or Russell anymore or LBJ. You spend it by attacking Congress, refusing to work with anyone, and then appearing on cable TV a lot and raising money for your reelection off of that. So we don't have the incentives created to cause people in Congress to take on the kind of responsibility that I think you hope for, and that I would hope for if they would do it. So that's one. So I think that what Trump has done is moved into this vacuum of leadership that Congress has created by vacating it. The second thing is, I do think that some of the things that Trump is trying to do is to change the skeleton of the administrative state. It does look, and it's his incentive as a president, to try to establish more direct control of the independent agencies. But that also has the effect of placing those agencies under some kind of democratically accountable leader. And that's going to change by election. It'll be Democrats sometimes and Republicans sometimes, but at least we will elect people who are going to have direct control over those agencies, which exercise enormous power over life. I think that's still part of the original vision that they are still pursuing. And in other areas, I do think that the administration is trying to narrow the scope of federal power and send power back to the states. The administration is trying to close the education department and close down the sort of, you've written about this, the system where the federal government, some of these agencies are just giving out grants, right? They're almost just like returning tax money back to the taxpayers and these large grants back to the states. If you have a distrusted progressive government, why not just eliminate those agencies and just let the states keep the money in the first place? I think they are trying to do that. The area where you don't see this happening, I agree with this, with your criticism that in one area, I think where Trump is not trying to narrow the office and is not trying to undo the progressive Constitution is in foreign policy and national security, where he is, right, you look at the war in Venezuela, the ongoing war right now in Iran. I think the effort maybe to pull out of NATO, he is being just as maximalist in his exercise of constitutional power as FDR or Harry Truman or LBJ were. I think the one question is that I think, we've debated this before, that I think is still within the original constitutional design, but I think that is actually why the founders created an executive branch and a president in the first place, was to respond to these kinds of crises and emergencies. Even though they might make terrible mistakes, our founders and the Constitution gives a benefit of the doubt to a single person also acting quickly. Sorry for the overlong answer.
No, great comment. Please, Rogers.
Yeah, I think it's a helpful answer. One thing I would disagree with you a bit is in saying that his advisors are just responding to the current situation and aren't actively trying to restore what I've called the traditionalist constitution. Your later comments suggest that they are, and part of my characterizations of their views came from reading Project 2025, which includes the complaint that Congress is not fulfilling its role, but it also includes the argument that if we're to get back to what they see as the original Constitution, maybe for the time the president has to act with almost emergency dictatorial powers. And as you know, the whole history of both political thought and politics shows that sometimes those emergency dictatorial powers turn into permanent powers. And certainly, there are versions of unitary executive theory, which you endorse, that suggest enduring permanent broad presidential powers so that we are on the path to presidential governance rather than democratic self-governance. Do you worry about that at all as you see not only the maximalist foreign policy powers, but the domestic actions as well?
I agree with you. I think the major worry is if this paradigm of a energetic executive, you know, the phrase used by Alexander Hamilton during the time of the founding, which I think was primarily aimed at facing two functions, protecting the country and executing the law. That's really what Hamilton thought they were to be aimed at. And if that vision were to slide over into just regular domestic governance, I agree with you, that would be a serious problem. I think the test will be the next 2 years. So far, I think what Trump has done is to trigger these emergency laws that Congress passed. So with the tariff case you raised, President Trump didn't say the president has the constitutional authority to impose a tariff. He still made the claim, I'm just executing this law called IEEPA, which I first learned about in Yale Law School back in 1989. I didn't know anyone else had ever heard of it before. Or he's not saying, I have the presidential power to remove people who are here illegally. He's always trying to base these broad claims of power and policies many people in the country may disagree with, but he's still trying to root them in some kind of interpretation of this vast delegation. And he hasn't, I think, not yet made the claim that would lead to a kind of Caesarism that we should worry about, that just as president, I have the authority and emergency just to exercise these powers myself. So President Trump has lost a tariff case. He's gone back now, right? And he's trying to figure out narrower tariffs based on other trade laws. That's not what you would expect of a Caesar. Or I think he's about to lose the birthright citizenship case. I think he's just going to accept that loss and continue trying to close the border, but he's not going to try to, kick out people based on, whether they were born in the United States or not. And I think you're seeing this also in the dispatch of troops to the cities. Again, he lost that case at the Supreme Court ultimately, and the troops withdrawn everywhere but Washington, D.C., where the federal government is allowed to have troops for policing. So far, I don't think we've seen the kind of worry you would have had say in Weimar Germany, where the president would declare a permanent state of emergency and take over power, and the other branches sort of recede away. That hasn't, and I don't think that's ever really happened in our history. That's why I still think we're still within the variations that the Constitution permits, even though it's producing a high level of political conflict.
Could I pose a question? Both of you alluded to the role and changing role of expertise in decision-making in the Congress, in the executive branch. We are here at the APS, one of the venerable learned societies, filled with individuals with deep expertise, and many of whom have been engaged in assisting, advising, and even participating in those decisions. When you look at the way the courts have changed deferral to expertise in the agencies, if you look at the way the president, in issuing, for example, the executive order on gold standard science, introducing in Section 7 a requirement that a political appointee exercise final authority over the scientific findings and reporting emanating from the government and by extension by government grant. My question to you is, what do you see as the proper role in a world that is technologically evolving, dynamically dependent on science and developing in ways that we cannot even predict? What is the alternative to relying on expertise? We don't, I think, want to rely on ignorance. And if you agree...
We tried it for 1,000 years in the Middle Ages.
We may be verging again, but
Yeah.
the question is, if you accept the premise that expertise matters, knowledge is relevant to policy making, and that ideally sound policy depends on sound science, knowledge, expertise, what are the mechanisms today to reintroduce and reinvigorate the proper role of expert guidance, advice, and participation in policymaking?
Do you have an idea?
Well, I'd start by saying that there's always been a tension in the progressive or living constitution vision between the two sources of legitimacy, democratic will and expert competence. Which prevails, the expertise or the democratic authorization. And I think there are ways to combine them both fruitfully. I think that ultimately experts provide advice to democratic authorities who make final decisions on policies. I think, incidentally, Congress needs to strengthen its own expertise staffing so that it can make policies better. But it shouldn't be that even democratically elected officials are saying what the content of that expertise is. That content has to be based on the appropriate standards of knowledge and knowledge development that define expertise in the different academic fields. With John Dewey, I would like to see us develop knowledge in some ways in more democratic fashion by engaging with publics in helping develop understandings of problems and solutions to them. But while democratic authorities should decide ultimately what expert guidance they want to follow, democratic authorities should not be dictating what expert authority can explore or say.
It's an interesting question. It's what I asked us all to think about. What would the future look like? I have to say, in my personal life, I'm the product of two doctors who practiced medicine here in Philadelphia for 50 years. I do what my doctor says. I don't listen to RFK Jr. when I decide what vaccines to take or what treatments to undergo. I could see an alternate that looks something like this, and I think this is the model that may already be coming to govern the high-tech world, which actually will require societies like yours to become even more important and to be more active in our public affairs, which is if the federal government is no longer trusted with having a monopoly on expertise or withdraws just from fields, like, for example, if the education department stops its programs, then a lot of these decisions are going to have to be made by somebody. It could be the states, where you would see states having their own experts and they will compete amongst each other, as we saw in the COVID response and how long the lockdowns should go on for and what should be locked down. And the American people could make their decisions about who they trusted more based on which state they chose to move to. And we saw a big movement of people during COVID because of that. Or, and I think this is where, you know, the society created by Benjamin Franklin could play a role, is you will see non-governmental bodies made up of experts or technical people in the field who are going to make their own recommendations about what kind of software to use, what kind of medicines to take, and people will have to turn to those kinds of judgments rather than believing that it's just going to come from a science that's primarily cultivated by the federal government.
Thank you. The floor is open for question. We'll start here in front and work back then. Please. Identify yourself for the group and pose the question.
I'm Paul Geyer, formerly a professor at Penn and a colleague of Roger Smith. And
Just
I have a question that is perhaps somewhat tangential to your main point. Your main point is essentially that the functionality as well as the primacy of the legislature has to be restored, which not only the founders but every 18th century political theorist would have agreed with. But my worry is, do you make it a little bit harder to find common ground by allowing, in your representation of the traditionalist interpretation, the claim that the Constitution is founded in true Christian values to stand? There's nothing in the Constitution about Christianity. Instead, there's a separation of church and state. And even the Ten Commandments that all the conservatives would like to nail up in their classrooms is not a specifically Christian tablet. It doesn't come from the New Testament. So why doesn't that just make things a little harder?
Well, my argument is that the founding generation mostly did understand what they were doing as expressions of and consistent with Christian values. At the same time, they, and of course, at the time of the Constitution's founding, there were established religions in a number of the states, and the main reason that they insisted on separation of church and state at the national level was that these were different kinds of Protestant denominations that were established, and there was no possibility of agreement on a national church of any kind. But it is also true that the Constitution took place at a time when the nation was moving toward a firmer embrace of religious liberty and separation of church and state, beginning with Virginia, continuing after the Constitution was adopted in ways that all the states came to emulate. The Treaty of Tripoli and the Adams administration was passed by the Senate and approved by the President with a statement in it that the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion. And subsequently, with the Reconstruction Amendments and their guarantee of equal protection for all, we have enhanced and committed and increased our commitments to religious liberty over time. So at this point, I think it's just a matter of accurate intellectual history and political history to say that the founders understood a lot of what they were doing as consistent with Christian values, but it is entirely wrong to say that the Constitution makes us a Christian nation. It makes us a nation with religious freedom.
I don't think also that maybe you disagree about this, that the desire by some to return back to this first Constitution that you're describing is particularly religiously motivated right now, although people have observed that 8 of the 9 justices are Catholic, and there are high levels of, and not high levels, there's an effort to rejuvenate religion, I think, among some people in the conservative part of things.
Well, Russ Vought says he's a Christian nationalist.
Yeah.
If I could
Together at the same time or separate?
No,
I'm
he
just
says-
joking.
Yes,
But
if I could just add, there was a time when Catholics, as well as Jews in their much smaller numbers, were beneficiaries of the insistence on separation of church and state, right?
But one point, again, also, I've been horrified by the rise of anti-Semitism by both the far right and the far left. I don't think that is related to this desire to have constitutional change. I think that is a response to this kind of political disorder we seem to be living through, and then different parts of both sides who were read out of their political parties have made some kind of return. I hope that whatever however we come out on the end of this period, that we will stamp that out again.
Thank you. I believe there was a question in the balcony. If we could get a microphone. Yes.
I've got a mic. Hi, Mike Hout, Brooklyn, New York. Can we reinvigorate Congress perhaps by making it more local? About a decade ago, the American Academy, a panel of the American Academy, recommended doubling the size of the House of Representatives, citing as potential benefits of that, decreasing the cost of running for election, raising the difficulty of gerrymandering, and which, of course, is, I don't have to say any more about that, and also reducing the risk that the person who wins the presidential election doesn't actually get to serve. So would revising Congress, taking the cap off the size of the Congress, be a way of dealing with some of these issues both of you have been talking about?
I think that the question of whether we should increase the size of Congress, especially since the nation has grown to 350 million, is a serious one. There is a concern the other way. Madison wrote in the Federalist Papers that if every Athenian had been a Socrates, the Athenian assembly would still have been a mob. If you make assemblies too large, getting them to be effective legislative and deliberative chambers becomes more challenging. But I'd certainly be open to exploring that option. It's one of many, including our systems of selecting and electing candidates for Congress, that I think we need to reconsider if we're to have a 21st century Congress that's really effective.
I might add, this is what the progressives were trying to get away from. I think Woodrow Wilson's view was that the more power the legislature had, the dirtier politics would infect, clean, expert-based policymaking. And so I don't know if the prospect of increasing the size of Congress would solve the problems we're having in the progressive model. The other alternative I would see is you could have the federal government and Congress do less, and if you return more power to the states, which have very vigorous legislatures, and you are closer to your state elections, why wouldn't that be a better system rather than trying to maintain a very large, powerful federal government and just expand the power of the size of the legislature? I would offer that maybe devolving power back to the states with where you're closer to the democratic process would be better for our politics. But that's the system that we dispensed with when we moved to the model we're living in now.
We have many other questions. Let me come back here to the front, and then we'll work our way back. Sorry.
Pamela Foa, Providence, Rhode Island. Mr. Yu, don't you recognize that there are national problems that cannot be resolved by the states? When you suggest that national, federal administrators are just taking money from the taxpayers and returning it, and we could do it more simply by just giving it to the states. But there's a distribution that is fairer when we take into recognition the disparities among the states. And it's a real benefit to our nation as a whole to have EPA look at the broad national situation of climate change, or to look at to look at how money is distributed to even out the inequalities of income of the different states.
I'm not suggesting that we return to the Articles of Confederation. I do think that there are proper rules for the national government. I think I think we'd all agree that the national government is in charge of defense, immigration. You would like you pinned it on, though. You would like the federal government to have a more I would actually agree with the environment, particularly things that cross the borders of states. I think that's undeniably federal. But you said that you thought, I don't want to put words in your mouth, that the national government should play some role in creating a fairer system for the distribution of resources, I guess, within the country to remove inequalities between states or between people, if that's fair. So I think that's part of what we're seeing now is a conflict in our politics about what your definition of fair is. There are people who have very different visions of fairness than you do. If you want to have a constitutional democracy that survives, do you want to make it a winner-takes-all system where you win the election and then Donald Trump's vision of fairness governs for 4 years and then your vision of fairness governs the nation for 4 years? Because that's what we have become, I think, with this system where we have, just descriptively, we have put a lot of these decisions that were once state and local into the hands of the national government. And this relates a little bit to the previous question, wouldn't it also reduce the stakes, reduce conflict if we gave the states more authority? And if you don't like the decisions of the federal government, rather than trying to gamble everything on the national election, we just sort ourselves into states where you live under the policy that you would prefer. That might take down the political temperature somewhat.
Fascinating. Let's go here, and then we'll come to the other side.
Please, can I, Roger Meyerson from the University of Chicago. I do want to agree with Professor.
Please hold the mic.
Oh, sorry. I'm very sympathetic to Professor Yu's suggestion that we need to look at the rights of the states. I think it's important. In our discussion throughout this meeting, this conference on the Declaration of Independence, we've noted the Declaration of Individual Rights that's listed at the beginning of the Declaration of Independence, but we should also recognize that the bulk of the rest of the Declaration of Independence is about defending the powers and autonomy and rights of provincial assemblies. That's what it was about states' rights, and with the implicit message that the defense of individual liberties was coming from states' rights, depended at least in part on the provinces that were about to become states within the larger political system, then the British Empire, now the United States federal government, that we existed. And certainly, I think the Second Amendment is to be understood as a reaffirmation of that. The idea of interpreting it as being, by the way, for individual rights, at a time when the President of the United States has told the assembled officers of the Army to prepare for military operations in my city of Chicago, I really like to think that there's some guarantee that my rights are going to be defended by my locally accountable, locally organized police forces. The idea that it would be by individual rights to bear arms as a remedy for an excess behavior, use of executive authority by the President of the United States is a horrible idea. We are not going to have individual guns resisting the National Guard or the Army coming unlawfully into Chicago, but we do want the system, our Constitution, to recognize that our elected mayors and governors and the police forces that we are locally accountable should be the primary part of the defense of our rights. But I totally agree with Roger Smith also that the 14th Amendment, the Reconstruction Amendments, add something vital to this, that a statement that an affirmation that was never there before, that the federal government had a role in the defense of individual rights against when the state governments fail to offer equal protection. And finally, let me just say, please, that when we think about independent agencies, which is the much later part of the liberal constitutionalism that Professor Smith talked about, we should remember that if the courts stand in the way of Congress creating agencies with some autonomy to regulate industry, that has happened from the progressive era forward, because the alternative to supervision of these sectors of the economy and society by unelected agencies was vast power over them by unelected oligarchs, captains of industry and finance, and that question still remains. And we don't. And if the courts stand in the way of Congress's ability to create autonomous agencies, the real alternative is going to be greater power over society by unelected oligarchs.
We'll take that as a contribution, as a statement, but I do want to come here to a question in the front, if I may, in this fourth row here, and then we'll move over to the other side.
Frank Stewart, New York. Professor, you emphasized the decision-making federal agencies, but I'd like to point out that there are also federal agencies that are mainly data collecting, and particularly the Weather Service, labor statistics, and that kind of thing. These have also suffered greatly under President Trump. Does Professor Yu believe that these agencies should be cut back, or that they have a proper role? It seems to me that it's difficult to see any other way than by the federal government of running a proper meteorological service, for example. Thank you.
I don't know how meteorological services, I'm sure there's someone here who knows, were done once. I don't see why it couldn't be done by private people, but that doesn't answer your question, or by a society like this. Is it really
there was
hard?
the statement, I don't know why I need the National Weather Service. I have the Weather Channel. But all those data derive from current satellite technology.
But I don't see why it would need to be exclusively government. Why does it have to be a public monopoly?
Well,
but that doesn't answer your question. Your question was, does the government, what's happening to them now? I do think that there has to be, under our Constitution, political accountability for every executive branch agency in the government. And so I just don't think the Constitution permits this kind of fourth branch of government that's not responsible to either the president or the Congress, or in some odd cases, the courts. And so the idea that you should have a National Weather Service that actually is independent of the control of any of those, I don't think is permitted by our constitutional system, no matter how good idea it is. So look, I remember my classes in macroeconomics. I completely believe it is not a good idea to have politicians in charge of the money supply, believe me. But I don't think our constitutional system says you can take an enormous power over our economy and just transfer it outside the control of the government entirely. That still we have to be able to elect people who are in control of those government agencies, and we hold accountable to them whether they do well or ill. Now, we're not voting, of course, when we vote for the president or members of Congress, or how they're treating the government measurement and scientific and technical services, but still those people should be accountable to someone who is accountable to someone we elected, and that's the president down through the cabinet members.
We're going to have one very brief question, if we can, and a brief response. That's all we have time for, so we'll turn here. Please identify and speak into the mic.
Wait, I'm dying. Guido's got his hand out. I'm dying to hear what Guido's question is.
Guido, do you have a question, Guido, or an observation? We'll finish with you. We'll first hear this question, and then we'll come back if it's agreeable. Thank you.
Ted Lawrence in Berkeley, although also Yale Law School. I wanted to know, in terms of some of the brief discussions that's going on about legislative structure, it seems to me that the single most important measure would be for Congress to pass a law, which I believe it has the constitutional authority to do, that would forbid gerrymandering in the House. I think that would be a far more important matter than increasing the number of congressional representatives. And I would be interested in, I believe actually that was part of the bill that was, of course, never passed, that was introduced in Congress at the beginning of the Biden administration. Mm-hmm. But I would be interested in your thoughts on that subject.
Well, while there would be constitutional objections to that bill that would have to be sorted out, I agree that that would be a desirable reform. The spectacle we've had recently of counter gerrymandering by both parties is hardly American democracy at its best. There have been movements at the state level to create independent districting commissions, and those are, they have their problems too, but on the whole, I think it's a desirable development. I have to mention, however, that as was shown in a talk here at a previous meeting, gerrymandering is a problem, but it is also true that the structuring of the American Congress with the Senate and with the current association of more rural areas with conservative viewpoints has meant that gerrymandering aside, the American electoral system is likely to produce results that overrepresent minority viewpoints in the Congress, primarily rural and currently more conservative viewpoints in the Congress. So gerrymandering is a problem, but even if we cured it, having an electoral system that was really responsive to the majority of the voters would still be a challenge. There are a lot of things that we need to do to fix Congress.
I think it's a good idea, but I don't know. Oh,
Please, go ahead, John.
I mean, as you know, Elbridge Gerry came up with, or it's named after him. It's as old as the Republic. I think it would be good. I agree with Rogers. I don't know if it would solve any of these problems, because I'd want to know if you have less gerrymandered states, contiguous, compact districts, would it really lead to different kinds of representatives in Congress? Or would they still be, would that effect still be overwhelmed by I think these larger political incentives which encourage our members not to legislate cooperatively, but instead to appeal to the broader public for notoriety. They're all kind of reality stars now. I mean, would gerrymandering actually defeat that? I don't think so, but I'd like to see evidence. We could look at the states, for example, and see that states have used commissions like our own of California. We had for a while, right, a nonpartisan body draw the districts. Do you feel like the people we've sent to the California Assembly the last 20 years have been superior to the ones we used to send 40 or 50 years ago?
There's no doubt that more lawmaking is made by administrative agencies today than was ever conceived at the beginning and in the Constitution. But it is also the case that there is no democratic state in the world where that isn't so. And the alternative seems to be instead a dictatorial lawmaking by a centralized executive. And that is what we are kind of seeing today, a fight between those who would keep the power of the agencies and those who would give the power to the executive way beyond what was conceived at the beginning. So what is the way that we can realistically, given that things cannot be done today without the knowledge that the agencies have, what can we do to put these two things together? Because at the moment, it's either one or the other, and neither is really consistent. But that's the way the world is. So my question is, yeah, you blame them, but what solution do you have?
May we leave that question hanging for us to debate at our break a little later, because we have reached our time. Such a provocative and important question. Judge Calabresi, thank you so much. And please join me in thanking Rogers and John.
All right, we do have one more item in our morning schedule before our break. So we're not at break time yet. Could we? We have one more award to present. This is one of our most illustrious, the Thomas Jefferson Medal. This medal was authorized by Congress in 1993 as it recognized the society as the oldest learned society in the United States, whatever the founding date may have been, and one of the principal scholarly and scientific bodies in the world. It honors both the society and its third president, our third president, Thomas Jefferson, for devotion to learning. The Jefferson Medal for Distinguished Achievement in the Arts, Humanities, and Social Sciences is awarded at important moments in the society's history. This year's Jefferson Medal Committee included Caroline Bynum, Roger Smith, Patrick Sparrow, and myself. We are honored to award the 2026 Jefferson Medal to Robert Putnam. Throughout his career, Robert Putnam, the Malkin Research Professor of Public Policy at Harvard University, has employed rigorous empirical research methods to identify and analyze some of the central challenges facing democracy in the 21st century. His pioneering studies of how social capital has declined in modern America, especially his landmark book, Bowling Alone, The Collapse and Revival of American Community, provide original and invaluable insights into the causes, scope, and possible cures for the heightened political disengagement and diminished civic trust that today endanger democratic self-governance and that we've spent part of our morning discussing. Putnam co-founded the influential Sawara Seminar, uniting thinkers and practitioners to explore means of civic renewal. He has served as Dean of the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University, as the Director of Harvard's Weatherhead Center for International Affairs, as Associate Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Sciences, and as President of the American Political Science Association. He has received the Johann Skytte Prize for exceptional contributions to political science and the National Humanities Medal for deepening our understanding of community in America, along with 21 honorary degrees from 8 countries. Long a celebrated teacher, in recent decades, Putnam has spoken to more than 1,000 citizen groups throughout the United States and around the world, seeking to strengthen democracies by encouraging more robust forms of civic life. His extraordinary contributions have been chronicled in the prize-winning documentary film, Join or Die. Please join me in congratulating Robert Putnam on the Jefferson Medal. Yes. There we go. And we're gonna, right, we got a picture of you with this. And the medal. The medal itself. Okay, thank you. The floor is yours.
I want to begin by thanking the societies, for the society as a whole, for this honor. I'm very pleased by it. Well, they're covered up now, but I understand the background, both the founder of the society and Jefferson. Can you hear me? It's essential that you hear me, because I'm going to say a lot of controversial things. I have to say, listening to this previous discussion, I think Thomas Jefferson would have offered a minority opinion to many of the views that were just expressed here. He believed very strongly in equality,
with the important asterisk that he was a slaveholder. I won't go further on that. It's a very interesting story about his arrangement, his relationship with Sally Hemings. I also want to thank my wife, who is seated back here someplace. There she is. She's raised 2 kids and 7 grandchildren. She's a great family builder, but she's also my intellectual partner and has been throughout. I have to say, one of the advantages of this documentary that's been filmed about us is that people, for the first time, some of our close friends know that she has been my intellectual partner equal all this time. Most people didn't, but in the film you can see she's a co-star of the film because she's the co-star of the life. And it is a little disconcerting when we go outside now, and she is asked for autographs by people who've seen the film. I wish I had. I initially thought I wasn't going to be able to speak. I wouldn't be asked to speak here at all, and maybe that would have been the right thing. And then, as I realized the whole framework here of the discussion of democracy, I realized actually that's what I've been studying all my life, but from a very different perspective than we've heard so far. I focus much more on the sociological and cultural and economic foundations of American democracy rather than on its legal structures. And those are not entirely inconsistent, but they are quite different. I have a different view, for example, about Trump, and I want to share with you that I personally am responsible for Trump being our president. No, that's not just me saying that. There's a guy named Steve Bannon. Have you heard of Steve Bannon? Steve Bannon said not long ago in an interview with David Brooks that back in the day when he and Trump were trying to figure out how to get Trump elected, Bannon, read this crazy book by a Harvard professor. The book was called Bowling Alone, and the book said, and it does say this, although I never even had a clue about Trump, but the book does say that if this continues, the book Bowling Alone is about a steady, long-term growth in social isolation in America. Not just bowling alone, but doing everything alone. And that basic fact that we've been now for the last 50 years, well before COVID and so on, but the last 50 or now almost 60 years, there's been a steady increase in social isolation in America. That's what the book is about. That's what I was writing about when I said that if this continues, I hoped it wouldn't, that's why I wrote the book, Americans would be open to, increasing numbers of Americans, especially isolated Americans, would be either vulnerable or attracted by an authoritarian populism. That's what I wrote. And Bannon said, that's us. And so this is hard to believe, and I'm a little guilty about it, but they focused their attention on people and places in America that were socially isolated. And it is still today true that the best predictor of who votes for Trump or what places vote for Trump is not any of the standard things, it's social isolation. The more socially isolated, controlling for everything else about you, you know, how old you are and your age and your race, blah, blah, blah. The best predictor is, are you socially isolated? The best predictor of place is places that are socially isolated. So, you're welcome. I want to say only one more thing. I wasn't planning to say this, and I'm going over a little bit, but it's relevant to the conversation that we have all just heard and been fascinated by. I have a very different view of the progressive era, quite different view of the progressive era. And I begin by asking, why did we ever have this progressive era? And the answer is that at the time of the progressives came along, America had become extremely unequal. The gap between the rich and the poor in America in around 1900 was as big as it has ever been in American history, as big as it ever would be in American history until now. Extreme inequality, and extreme social isolation, and extreme political polarization. There are only two times in American history in which, there's a lot of measures here, I'm skipping all the data here, but there are only two times in American history when America Americans have been more polarized politically. You can measure it in many different ways, but they all say the same thing. One was the period between 1860 and 1865. You want to guess what was happening at that time? And the second period, and then in terms of rank comes that period, the period around 1900. We were extremely polarized. Our politics was very tribal. But short of the Civil War, the other time, by these measures, that we've been most polarized is right now. So I see deep parallels between what got us between the last Gilded Age and our Gilded Age. And I think, forgive me for saying this, because I'm deeply in awe of all the discussion of law we've heard. I think that the law is basically froth on the waves of those deeper sociological and historical and political trends. If we had more time, I'd go on to say what I think we should do about it. No, I'm not going to, well, should I go on a little bit? No, I generally don't. Okay. I'm going to summarize the lessons that my co-author, Shailene Romney Garrett, and I drew from spending 5 years and, I don't know, 400 pages on this. The lessons from that period. One, go young. The people who fixed it the last time were all in their 20s. Old people knew that there was a problem because they'd been around before, but they weren't the right minds to think of it. My grandchildren, they say that when I grew up in America, we did not lock our doors. That's actually true. They believe their grandfather, but they find it almost impossible because everybody they know locks their doors. Who would not lock their door? What I'm trying to say is I have lived in a different era, and therefore I know it doesn't have to be this way, but I also am not the right person to think what should America look like in 2050 when they're going to be in charge of things and I'm going to be long dead. So go young. Secondly, go local. And on this, actually, I agree very much with Professor Lowe, who said that he thinks that the solution to a lot of these problems is actually dramatic decentralization, and so did most of the progressives. It was progressives who invented the term laboratories of democracy. I'm not talking about the jurisprudence, especially I'm not talking about the jurisprudence of Woodrow Wilson. But there are many, many examples of really fundamental changes in American society, not least the high school. High school was not invented by God. The public high school was invented in America in about 1910 and in flyover country, in East Elbow, Iowa, by local people. They had the idea we should have all the kids in this town, just because they're kids, ought to get 12 years of education. Okay, one, go local. Two, go, one, go young. Two, go local. And three, go moral. And I'm almost done, but I want to spend a little bit of time over this. As we looked in great detail at what was upstream of these political and sociological and economic and so on variables, we had a lot of really serious numbers, and so we could do what economists would talk about as leading indicator. What's the leading indicator? What moved first of all these changes? And it turns out, to my shock, economics was last. Economics was a lagging indicator. And the leading indicator turns out to be culture or norms or morality. I wish I could tell you more about the history of this because it's extremely interesting. It happens, this switch from a kind of a focus on me, that the most important thing is my well-being, to a we society in which the most important thing is how we, that switch, basically the switch, I would say, back to the golden rule. I mean, it's a fundamental idea. I'm not talking about sexual morality at all. Do you understand? I'm not talking about sexual morality. I'm talking about just simple ideas. This is what led to the last time we had this problem, legislative reforms, the last time we had the problem. And I think it's going to be I'm not talking about religion in a theological sense. I'm talking about the simple moral idea that we have obligations to other people, which nowadays most people don't. All the leaders think it's all about me. And we have extreme inequality. I'm sorry. I was going to speak loud enough. You didn't need me. I'm like, okay, calm down. I want to end with a parable. Do you all know what a parable is? Now I'm preaching. A parable is a story that has a point. This is a story that has a point. So just bear with me. This is my last parable. It was 1911, and a young woman, well-to-do young woman, was sitting with having tea with a couple of her fellow debutantes on the west side of Washington Square. Some of you will know Washington Square. So if I'm standing looking north, NYU is over there, and Wall Street is over there, and that's where these folks were having their tea. And over there was, and still is, lots of poor immigrants. Lots of really poverty-stricken immigrants. Then they were mostly Jews. Now they're other nationalities, but that's what's there. And that's still Wall Street. So it's the same sociology of the place, or physical sociology. They were enjoying their tea, and then they heard the sound of fire alarms, which was a little distressing. And they seemed to be coming from the other side. They're over here. They seemed to be coming from over there on the east side, a little bit the northeast side of the Washington Square. And then now some of you know the story and already know what I'm going to tell, but if you do, please don't interrupt me. Then came the smell of smoke. And so probably the other two young women in this tea were still focusing on which of the people on Wall Street, just beyond there, they were going to snare. But our young woman was curious, and she walked downstairs and began to walk across the square. Are you with me so far? So she's walking across the square. Over there's the fire. I should say, by the way, just because it's a little bit relevant to her background, although she came from a very wealthy background, she had actually, for a year, been at Hull House with Jane Addams in Chicago, so she was aware also of the stirrings of interest in reform. She gets over there, and she stands up. Rosemary, my wife, and I have done this not long ago. The building is gone because it was burned down, but there's now a remarkable reconstruction of the building. And you can look up just as this young woman did, and then you imagine the horror of hundreds of young women, immigrants, jumping from this building because the sweatshop owner had locked all the doors and mostly locked all the windows, and had kept people from getting up to the attic. So they were stuck in these rooms. They could break the window, but there was nothing that could happen. It was way too high for the ladders to reach. They would jump. Some of them were caught in fire nets, but most of them weren't. I've done this, and it's horrible. If you imagine, I hope I'm trying to recreate in you the sense that that young woman felt looking up, and she had a moral moment. She was not very religious, but this is not a religious issue. She felt at that point personally responsible for these deaths. Now, she wasn't personally responsible, but after all, she'd been at Hull House, so she knew the connection between wealth and what was wealth and poverty. She couldn't save lives, but she did the next best thing. She was very well connected in New York. She went to, and now I'm speaking without notes, so I may be off by a day or two in what I'm telling you, but the basic story is right. She went the next morning to City Hall and demanded to be named fire commissioner of the city of New York, and began immediately, within days, weeks, to change the rules that had been. And then it turned out, I'm getting a little bit, not ahead of the story, but I'm taking the story forward. There's a reveal here, and soon many of you will know who she was. She became well acquainted with, and a reform, she worked with the then later governor of New York State. He was a guy named, what was his name? Franklin Delano Roosevelt. So she knew him well, and he had a reform program in the state of New York, and she did it. So when a couple of years later he ended up in the White House, she was named the first female cabinet secretary in American history. She was Secretary of Labor. And now I'm going to be, because I'm aware of the time, I'm sorry, but she essentially wrote the New Deal. By that I mean, she took what she'd done in New York, old age pensions, and turned it into Social Security. She took what she had read, what she had done in New York, and it affected child labor laws, and I don't want to go on too long, so I'll stop there. But it's not far wrong to say that this woman, based on that one, this is the point, based on that one moral moment and all that she brought to it, created the American welfare state, certainly the New Deal. Now, who was she? Her name was Frances Perkins. That's the reveal. And why did I go on so long? Because I wanted to convey, in a real case, what was required then to fix the problems, the ills of the first Gilded Age. It required, and now I'm back to my 3 points, it required youth. She was still young. She was in her 20s when this story began. It required going local, because remember, her whole story begins in the city of New York and then in the state of New York, and later eventually comes to the national level, and going moral. And that's what it will take to fix America now. Thank you for your attention.
That's all right. Well, as you see, the citation was really superfluous. That told you everything you needed to know. Okay, we now have a break for 20 minutes, so please be back just after the past.
Clubs.
I belong to everything.
That's my high school bowling team. I'm the tall one in the middle.
And this is a film about why you should join one, and how Bob discovered that the fate of America depends on it.
Harvard professor and award-winning writer Robert Putnam.
You've been described as the poet laureate of civil society.
Robert D. Putnam, for deepening our understanding of community in America.
He made people pay attention to a concept that most people had never paid attention to.
Social capital. Social capital. Social capital. Social networks have value.
I'd like to call on Professor Robert Putnam, who gave us the concept of social capital.
The number of people who know one another's first name, the number of people who take part in community organizations, the level of trust and reciprocity in the community.
The places that have better government are the places that have a long history of social networks and social capital.
Your chances of dying over the next year are cut in half by joining one group.
Bowling Alone. Where'd you get the title?
I happened to run into a friend who owned a bowling alley, and he said, "Gosh, Bob, you don't know it, but you've stumbled onto the major economic problems facing my industry, because although more Americans are bowling than ever before, bowling is up in America. Bowling in leagues, bowling in teams is off by about 60%.
Everything that reflects connections with other people are going down. How many times last year did you go to church? Down. How many times did you go to a dinner party? Down. How many times last year did you go to a club meeting? In barely a couple of decades, half all the civic infrastructure in America had simply vanished. It's equivalent to saying half of all the roads in America just disappeared.
Everyone has a feeling something's happening, but then he's got charts
to actually show what's actually happening.
Whatever's having the people's sense of mutual obligation, to their understanding about the common good, to their willingness to trust their neighbor is no longer going on because people are bowling alone.
The book Bowling Alone, which you're familiar with by Robert Putnam.
The activity may still be going on, but there's no social capital being built.
That decreases the trust we have in one another. How lonely Americans are, how divided.
You know, he may have been onto something.
We have to see loneliness as a threat to our health security and to our overall national security.
We are trying something that hasn't been done before, which is growing and sustaining a multiracial democracy.
Politics and policy ultimately depends on the social health of our country.
Organization, connections with other people is the only way you get big change.
Democracy is a pain in the ass. If it was just easy, no one would have to go to a meeting and it would all just be fair and easy. You should join, your kids should join, and if there's not an organization you want to join, create one.
America doesn't have to be the kind of America that you've lived in your whole life. You could decide to change history.
Friends, please come back to your seats. We are going to end the morning with wonderful intellectual, psychological refreshment and talking about reflecting on 1776. What we're going to do is a lovely small discussion between Cynthia McLeod, the former superintendent of Independence Park, and Scott Stevenson, president and CEO of the Museum of the American Revolution. They will be coming together for a roundtable discussion entitled Interpreting the Revolution in 2026. Let me introduce Cynthia and Scott before they come to the stage. Cynthia is an architectural historian and park manager who oversaw Independence National Historic Park for 15 years, following a career managing 4 other national parks and NPS installations in the Northeast region. Under Ms. McLeod's leadership, a number of notable projects were completed at Independence Park, including development and construction of the President's House site, restoration of Independence Hall Tower, and renovation of the Benjamin Franklin Museum and Independence Visitor Center, and rehabilitation of the Second Bank of the United States, all of which we see when we walk around these precincts. Ms. McLeod also served as the National Park Service liaison to the semi-quincentennial, my goodness, sorry, I normally don't get tongue-tied, Commission for America's 250th anniversary. Scott Stevenson has been with the Museum of the American Revolution since 2007, serving first as the Director of Collections and Interpretations, then as Vice President of Collections, Exhibitions, and Programming, before taking over as President and CEO in 2018, not long after the museum opened. He is a leader in public history, known for creative and innovative exhibits and interpretive programs that engage and immerse audiences in history. As a specialist in colonial and revolutionary American history and material culture, Dr. Stevenson consulted on a number of films, including the PBS miniseries, The War That Made America, and the film adaptation of Last of the Mohicans. This lovely dyad will be introduced and the interlocutor of this dyad will be our own Patrick Spiro. So I would like to invite all 3 individuals to the stage and to talk about our reflections and developments, reflections on 1776 and what must be now, as Scott, you said, the Super Bowl event of 2026. Please.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the, yeah, thank you. We're anticipating the Super Bowl. We have been for several years, and now we're about to live through it and see if it lives up to our expectations. We organized this panel for a couple reasons. We thought it'd be a nice way to revisit some of the themes that we talked about on the first day, where we're exploring the meaning of the Declaration from Jefferson to Lincoln, and some of the conversations we've been having about this morning about the meaning of the Declaration and how we interpret it in light of the present day, in light of the Constitution, and the like. And it's fantastic to have 2 of the leaders in Philadelphia, the 2 chief interpreters of the area in which we inhabit at the Philosophical Society. As you heard, Cindy spent 15 years as the head of Independence National Historic Park. She oversaw the entire National Park Service here that we walk around, this built environment and the interpretations within it. And then Scott was the original curator of this new museum called the Museum of the American Revolution. And Cindy, I thought I might start with you because you, as the superintendent of Independence National Historic Park, what an incredible both honor but responsibility. You know, you have, and if you're here in the summertime, you'll see there are people from around the globe descending on Philadelphia to learn about the history that is contained in the buildings here. And for a lot of us, we don't know what goes on behind the scenes in the National Park Service or in interpretation. So I was wondering if you could take us behind the walls into the rooms in which you all talk about how you're going to interpret this space and how that process during your tenure, and we'll get to the current tenure and what has happened, but during your tenure, I mean, how did you approach interpreting this area, and what were the roles of park rangers in interpreting these spaces?
First, I'd like to thank the Society for inviting me and for a long partnership with Independence National Historical Park. All my partners were my favorite, but you really were my favorite.
Hang on a minute. I was about to say that I appreciated being the thorn between the roses, but I think I might reverse that.
We share real estate, we share interest in scholarship, we share collections sometimes back and forth, and share the whole public history with welcoming thousands of students here every year. Our rangers are excellent historians. Many of them have master's degrees. They will come to professional society organizations to be with colleagues and peers and learn from scholars such as we've heard today. This whole week, I've been so fascinated with everything. Every day is the 4th of July in Independence Hall. And you never know who's going to walk in the door. You never know what golden nuggets of history they're holding on to, however non-factual. You don't know political biases. You don't always know whether they're from this country or not. So the rangers give an orientation, and they will talk about the war, but we leave it to our colleagues at the museum to talk even more about the war, and they'll set up the why these men gathered and came up with something as bold as the Declaration of Independence. And then they'll go into the they'll go through the Articles of Confederation and then into the Constitution to try to give people an idea of what happened in those walls. Park Service is a very place-based history, so we try to locate everything that is talked about there. Independence Hall is a World Heritage Site, not for its architecture, but for the intangible values of what transpired. Most people think of on July 4th, although it was going on a few days before that. And then again in 1787. When we were getting ready for, I'll try to leave some time for you, Scott. When we were getting ready for this semi-quincentennial, I got very practiced at that. For a couple years, the Park Service gathered superintendents from all over and our resident historians and administrators, and we were thoughtful about how we would approach it. And very quickly, we said, we really want to think of this as a commemoration, not only as a celebration, because there were lots more people in our head, in the room with us, shaping our understanding of the history. We didn't want to be, David Blight's talk and quoting Toni Morrison about sanctioned ignorance. We didn't want to be in that category. We wanted to have Richard Allen, founder of the AME Church, in our head. We wanted to have Susan B. Anthony in our head. We wanted to have the Iroquois nations in our head. We wanted to have people come to the hall and the Liberty Bell and feel that they had a part in the story, that they were respected, they were recognized. Everyone who gives tours is an American patriot, but we want people to understand all of the story. Of course, what can you do in 20 minutes in the hall? So it's to prompt people to learn more. I'll stop there.
Great. Thanks, Cindy. So Scott, on the first day, we had two representatives from other learned societies talk, and one of them made the point that learned societies they're independent nonprofits, which gives them the freedom to be free from the government to to say what they want and to do what they want. And so I was wondering. I mean, I was thinking about this conversation when I was hearing this position. And you are an independent nonprofit, but you also have constituencies. You have a board of directors, and I've seen who's on it, and there's some on the right, there's some on the left, and there's probably some in the middle. You have people from around the country, the globe, coming here. Some are expecting to hear some stories. Some will be offended if they hear some stories that are there.
As recently as an email I got an hour ago.
Well, so I wanted to ask you how you are an independent organization, but how do you balance these different interests and try and navigate waters so that you can speak to the most people as possible?
Sure. Yeah, so I think a key to our success of mostly actually getting positive comments from people sort of societal, pan-political, as opposed to being attacked as often as I expected to be. I mean, when we were designing the museum, we wanted to be sort of a 21st century take on the American Revolution. So if you think about sort of the historiography of the American Revolution, I often think about it's actually the late Gary Nash, who was a member of the Society, of course, and a member of our Board of Scholars. There were a couple of really important conversations, like right off the bat 19 years ago when I first joined the organization as the third employee, our very first scholars meeting, we talked about Charles Thompson, who wrote a 1,000-page manuscript history of the American Revolution that no one in the room, including Patrick and I, have ever read, because he consigned it to flames. And Gary actually uses that in his Unknown American Revolution book as part of the beginning of that. And Thompson, of course, said that a young nation, needs a certain kind of history where we can kind of feel really good about all the people that were involved, et cetera. And that was sort of the way the history of the revolution was written for probably 100 years. And then there was sort of the new social history, well, even going back to the progressive era, a needed broadening of that story. But those stories didn't always give you grace to feel proud about the nation, so that there has been this sort of like centuries-long debate about what do we mean when we say the American Revolution? What do we mean by that phrase? So we wanted to sort of tell a broader and more inclusive story, but then recognizing that people were coming with different perspectives and entrance narratives, and you want to meet them where they are, you want to stretch them and pull them a little bit. And so I started telling everybody on our team as we were pulling together, I said, my absolute favorite television show is South Park. I literally watch it every single night before I fall asleep. One of the things I love, the key to South Park is they offend everybody, and that's the key, So I was like, we're going to try to offend everybody, and that's how we know we're like a purple museum. What I did not anticipate, actually, is that it was sort of exactly the opposite effect. On the very same week in 2017, George Will and Mark Siegel, the publisher of the Philadelphia Gay News, both wrote editorials describing the museum as like the best thing since individually wrapped cheese slices, And I think part of the success also I would attribute to Gary Nash, because in that very first meeting, I remember it clear as day, he said that he hoped that the museum kind of encourage us to ask a lot of questions and not feel obligated to answer those questions for our visitors. And so for those of you who've been through the museum, when you first go in, we hit you with 4 questions. How did people become revolutionaries? How did the revolution survive its darkest hour? What was revolutionary about the war? What kind of nation did the revolution create? We tried to broaden the story, so even though we have cannons out front and we're still sort of referred to as the Revolutionary War Museum, it is a museum about the American Revolution, and there's a lot of war story in there. And so I think that's, sort of freeing ourselves from having to direct what people would take away from the story, is kind of prompting them with questions and setting a buffet of stories about people in predicaments, making decisions with imperfect information, as all of us do, has been, I think, kind of the special sauce that's gotten us where we are so far.
So if I could ask you, you planned the museum for over 20 years. You said you were the third employee. When you see the exhibit now, what was the hardest interpretive decision you had to make, either to put something in, to leave it out, or how you're going to interpret a moment? What was the biggest struggle you had?
Yeah, the first thing is the scholars. So here's when I arrived. There'd been about 5 years of planning. Originally, the project was going to be built out at Valley Forge, so there had been a very distinguished group of scholars. I mean, Gordon Wood, late Pauline Mayer, Don Higginbotham, Gary Nash. I mean, it was all the people that you would get together to talk about the revolution. And it's what I would call kind of the NEH model of developing projects, very venerable, lots of great things. But what it tends to produce, and it actually did produce in this case, is like a pie chart of 17%. I mean, I can literally show you. There's a pie chart of 17%. Needs to be about civilians and camp followers, and but that's not the way you produce art. And I realize that an exhibition is actually a great exhibition is a movie you can walk through, right? You cannot tell all the stories. In fact, the marketing for the museum at the time is this is a museum that's going to tell the complete story of the American Revolution, which is absurd. Nobody's got time for that, right? What is the complete story of the American Revolution? So we have to, we're more like Peter Jackson, adapting Tolkien. And, where is Tom Bombadil in the Lord of the Rings movies, right? Like you cannot tell all the stories. So I would say the hardest initial challenge was bringing a team together, convincing the scholars, and then, putting the design team and the other curatorial people together and saying, we cannot tell all the stories. Sometimes the impact of just, 4 words and an experience is going to be a more lasting impression on our visitors than 1,000 words of erudite text about the tradition of representation and British constitutional history or something like that. So that was, I think, just getting people on board with this idea that I started saying it over. We're making a movie you can walk through. We're making a movie you can walk through. And actually, my most proud moment is about 2 weeks after we opened in 2017. I was literally standing at the bottom of that grand stairway, and 2 guys are walking down the steps, and I just was walking through the atrium and just happened to be at the right spot, and one guy turns to the other and says, I feel like I just walked through a movie. True story.
Great. So, Cindy, I wanted to talk about difficult decisions you had to make when you were superintendent. And I was in the late 2000s, a young historian here in Philadelphia, and watching things as a citizen. And you had to deal with the President's House. I don't know how many people in the room are familiar with the story of the President's House. It's kind of rediscovery and then its interpretation. But I don't know if you could share that story with us.
I can. I wanted to tell you a couple of other things about. I think our approach to telling the stories are very complementary, and in some cases the same. What was revolutionary about the revolution? Those are the themes, and we have 3 others that are behind everything that the Rangers are doing in order to make them want to think. But on the other hand, when you're going to the Liberty Bell, my favorite story to tell is first to ask the question. Oh, and also asking the questions, leaving it open. How did the Liberty Bell get its name? And pretty much nobody knows. It's just always been the Liberty Bell. Well, it was the State House bell for Pennsylvania, the colony of Pennsylvania. And when you tell them that it was abolitionists who gave it the name, it really sets them back for a minute. Because they don't think of our history in that way. They don't put stuff together, and some of them don't like the idea, I think, and some of them are just overjoyed, and some others just take some time to process. To me, that's something. It's a hook to get them to want to know more. And that actually does lead into the story of the President's House site. It was, again, grassroots here in Philadelphia. People found that President Washington and his wife Martha had lived, obviously, we know now, obviously they lived in Philadelphia when he was president. starting in 1790. And it was thought that there was nothing left of the house. It had been demolished early in the 19th century. But an archaeological exploration was done, and that, if you ever want to attract people,
dig a hole.
Dig a hole with professional archaeologists, and people flock to it. It's quite amazing. Long story, there started out, people just wanted to, some of the local scholars wanted to reconstruct the house. Well, Park Service does not do reconstruction anymore. And other local people got interested in other stories that the Washingtons had held 9 enslaved people in that house to sustain their lifestyle and their ability to function. And so the African American population in Philadelphia got very interested and pushed, and so there were internal conflicts about what to do, and the Park Service was like, but then the city of Philadelphia stepped in and gave some money to have all these things happen, and some other money happen. So we ended up with a pretty good exhibit written by a committee. So it was good, it wasn't perfect, but it did lift up the stories of these 9 enslaved people from Mount Vernon that the Washingtons had brought here. And it exposed the story that Washington had taken them out of state every 6 months so that they would not be subject to the gradual abolition law of Pennsylvania. And I've recently learned a lot more about the legal aspects of all of that. And we cut the ribbon December 15th, 2010. It got a lot of local press, but not a great deal of press outside that. So the irony is that there's huge attention to it now. That the administration has tried, this administration has tried to take those exhibits away.
No, and I believe they took down the interpretation.
They did, and some of them are back up.
Okay.
But the people have pasted, just all these good people, whether, I don't know even who they are, tourists or local activists, have printed out the text of the former panels and put it up there. So, yes.
And you all can see this. It's at the corner of 6th and Market. And as Cindy said, there's nothing there. It was rediscovered. And then it became really a collaborative community project.
Very collaborative.
Interpret this space.
With scholars. So it was a real art to make sure that there was enough emotion, but not too much emotion in the text, that it was fact, that it did talk about Washington and his diplomatic efforts there, yes. So it had to cover a lot of territory, had to serve a lot of people.
And what I wanted to ask is, you spent 42 years at the National Park Service, and in light of the conversations we've been having, especially the one that just preceded us, what is the role of the government in terms of interpreting those type of spaces?
Easy question.
Well, no, I do have an easy answer. I'm just trying to figure out how to be quick about it. Because my colleagues in the Park Service are excellent historians, and they have that morality that Bob Putnam was just talking about. They understand. They understand collaboration, and we don't often run all of our exhibits through a public review panel of any intensity, but we do share what we're planning to do and get some input. Ultimately, as it is, the government, has the right to put out there what they want, which is kind of dangerous. But because of our democracy and our intellectual heritage, I think we can select the good people, historians, who are in consultation with private historians, scholars, public historians, to do the right thing in terms of what's there. But it's been an evolving process. I was superintendent of a Civil War battlefield, and they just talked about the military. I wasn't as interested in the military. It was Richmond National Battlefield Park. I said, we have so many more stories we can talk about here. The industrial, the social, economic, political. Come on, let's talk about all of those things, especially in the capital of the Confederacy. And why all those guys died and were injured. And so what for the Civil War? So we did that where we didn't. So it follows the pattern really of many institutions, and but we're constantly learning and trying to do better and reflect the wonderful people that make up our country, because these places belong to them. We want everybody to feel like they have a way in to learn and appreciate.
Great. So a last question for both of you is, Scott said we're on the verge of the Super Bowl. And I wanted to know, and if you could reflect back also on 1976. I mean, this is the 50th anniversary of the bicentennial.
I was there.
Well, and you know, it was interesting. The APS actually hosted a talk in 1976 on Will American Democracy Survive in 1976, and it was Robert Bork who gave the talk, which was interesting. So, you know, it's now 2026. When you look back at 1976 and 2026, what do you see as different? And also, you know, for all of us that are in the field of history, we have these great expectations on what we can do. I'd love to know what you think practically could be an outcome of 2026.
Well, I mean, personally, I was a rambunctious 10-year-old at the beginning of the bicentennial, and I have a very distinct memory of an episode of Captain Kangaroo. Anybody remember Captain Kangaroo? I think everybody in the room must remember Captain Kangaroo, at least above a certain age. And there was a little segment about the bicentennial, and like I could close my eyes and like watch it in my head. I mean, it was like the Old North Bridge and Independence Hall, and I think they might have gone to Colonial Williamsburg and talked about, you know, America's 200 years old, and that's the first time I remember like wondering, how long is 200 years? Like, Grandpa, were you around with Thomas Jefferson? And it prompted me to like ask our school librarian, like, about books. I started reading those little biographies in elementary school that you would get about American characters, and started asking my parents, like, take me to historic sites. I grew up in Pittsburgh, so we had George Washington, but he was in his 20s, you know, losing all of his battles. But, you know, which may be why I wrote a dissertation about the French and Indian War 20 years later. But it did, like, for me personally, it sparked a kind of lifelong curiosity and interest in American history. And so that's what I'm very excited about. Right now, if you walk down a block down to the 3rd and Chestnut, I mean, we are in the student-rich environment of spring school group season. So we'll have between 45 and 50,000 school children in organized groups, not including kids coming as part of family visits, you know, through the museum. Feels like all of them in about a 3-week period this month. But, you know, there is nothing that will kind of restore your confidence that the Republic will endure than a bunch of 5th graders who were there, you know, grappling with all the complex history of the American Revolution and asking really, really good questions. Anyway, I always try to spend a little time every day sort of mixing with the folks, knowing that, you know, somewhere out there the seeds are being laid. And I'll share just one incredible conversation I had, and this was actually not long after the museum opened. It was in the fall of 2017. And if you've been to the museum, you know there's a lot of statues that get torn down. They're all of George III, but you know, it's sort of the beginning, the middle, and the end. And we were talking a lot about statues in 2017 after Charlottesville. And so I was in the final gallery, which is about the early Republic, and there was a family there with a daughter who was like literally probably 10, 11, 12 years old. And I love asking kids, like, what did you love about your visit to the museum? And they will usually focus on an experience, like they love the Liberty Tree, or they like, you know, the guns, or they like getting on the ship. But this girl started telling me the story of the Declaration of Independence. And those of you who've been to the museum know we have this little pocket theater with Windsor chairs and to sort of evoke Independence Hall, because Cindy's people won't let you sit in the original Windsor chairs across the street. So we wanted to engage all the senses, including your rear end, to feel like you were being transported back to the 18th century. And there's a little short film narrated by Abigail Adams that's sort of rehearsing the debate over, should we declare independence, and, John Dickinson versus John Adams, et cetera. And so she started telling me that story about, it was dangerous, and they didn't know what they should do. And finally, they decided they were for liberty. And she said, 100 people, I think it was about 100 people, gathered, and started describing them gathering around the statue and pulling down the statue of the king. So I thought I would be the educator. And I said, well, does that make you think about anything in your life today? She looked at me like, how did you know? And so she said, yeah. But she didn't go where I thought she was going to go. She literally said, I was thinking that 100 years from now, someone's going to build a museum about my time. And I was just, because actually, it does not matter that you know what date the Battle of Lexington and Concord happened. That's a means to an end. That insight out of the mouths of babes, right? I mean, that's ultimately why we do what we do in public history. And the very next thing she was going to see is this amazing wall of photographs of people from the revolutionary generation who were alive, into the age of photography, and then look at herself in a mirror where the words "Meet the Future of the American Revolution" appear. And they're all looking over your shoulder, and again, that's the big message of the museum. It's why we're a museum of the American Revolution, not the Revolutionary War Museum. And so that's what I'm hoping is this is not just through the people that will get through the door, but it is, this is like our moonshot. We're going to hopefully use 2026 to really expand the museum's reach and impact, beyond the walls.
Cindy?
You can go next door to Congress Hall and sit in the House of Representatives. And I actually think that that's a really important pairing of people who come to the hall, is that they go to Congress Hall and see where the guys where they met, the guys who had to actually make some sense and make the government out of the grand lofty words of the Declaration and the Constitution. I think one of the things that I've seen, and I don't know that it'll change, is that the Rangers will talk about the American Revolution isn't finished. It's ongoing. It has been with expanded interpretations of what it meant of all men created equal. And as when I gave a tour to the Pope, he said, tutti.
Nice.
We at the Declaration House, which is a replica building where Thomas Jefferson rented a room and wrote the drafts of the Declaration of Independence, we now interpret Robert Hemings also. I had wanted to have another Welcome Park, part of the park, be able to tell the story of the Lenape and the Haudenosaunee who came to Philadelphia. That got put on ice pretty quick. So my hope is that we do, and I think they are continuing, to expand the stories. And the Rangers are very, very good at that. You go into the courtroom before you go into the assembly room. And a Ranger might say, this is based on the English courtroom, and you would be judged by a jury of your peers. This is the jury box. Oh, except for you wouldn't be judged by a jury of your peers because there's only men on the in the jury box. So those kinds of things make people think in a very, I think, clever way without naming it. And so they will continue to do their good work despite some of the other cancellation of ideas.
That's great. I think we have time for maybe one quick question, if there is any from the audience.
Stunned them into silence.
Clive Siegel from Dallas, Texas. As a former contractor for the U.S. Park Service, you guys were great employers, believe me. I'd like for you to sort of, and I may be preaching to the crowd here, or you may, and it may be common knowledge, but would you enlighten us about the current struggles that the Park Service has in light of the, among other things, the political atmosphere? Not that it hasn't been before, but could you just sort of enlighten us on that particular subject?
One thing that I never could say when I was in uniform is that neither party, Republican or Democrat, adequately funds the National Park Service.
Absolutely.
It's pretty much a disaster. So much of the leadership is now gone from the National Park Service, either forced to retire or just taking an opportunity to retire, or being subsumed up into the Department of Interior. All of the communication and messaging is managed. Park superintendent has very little autonomy in what we can't call it advertising, but what public affairs can be undertaken. It's pretty sad, and many feel very demoralized. However, the people on the front line are so devoted and dedicated and knowledgeable that they're carrying this load, this amazing load, and being excellent ambassadors and educators and provocateurs. We do interpretation, but the background theory is to provoke people to want to know more. So they still take this job seriously, and I'm extremely proud of them and feel terrible for all they're put through.
And it was one of the most rewarding jobs I ever had.
And I think this is an opportunity for us as institutions to support those that need it. And I know that we've been collaborating with the National Park Service still.
You have.
So,
yes.
So thank you both for all that you do for this neighborhood and for the country. And thank you. So.
Pleasure.
Continuing the spirit of celebration, I hope all of you by now have or are planning to see the exhibit in the APS Museum, These Truths, because you will know when you walk through that exhibit and you're filled with all of this sense of history, and you come to the end of the exhibit and you see this seemingly sort of unprepossessing document that looks just, well, pretty close to the declarations of independence that you've seen around the periphery of the hall. And then you get closer and you realize, hold on. And then you gasp, and then you giggle, and then you look more closely and you realize that you're in front of a document that has reimagined the Declaration of Independence. And we're going to hear from, as our last session today, the creator of that beautiful, arresting document, Joanna Drucker. Professor Drucker is a scholar and artist known for her work in the history of graphic design, typography, experimental poetry, fine art, and the digital humanities. Throughout her career, Professor Drucker has produced over 40 artist books and related projects, the subject of her traveling retrospective, Druckworks, 40 Years of Books and Projects. Her solo recent exhibit, Graphic Animism, was held at the Los Angeles Himalaya Club in 2025. Most recently, Professor Drucker honored the APS with her commissioned artwork that I was just referring to, the Redeclaration project, which is now on display. I hope after this that you'll take time to go to Professor Drucker's website, because what you see today is simply a foretaste of this beautiful body of work and enormous, exuberant creativity. So please, let us welcome Professor Drucker to the stage.
Thank you very much. It's indeed an honor to address such esteemed colleagues and to have a chance to talk a little bit with you about the Redeclaration project, which, as Nina mentioned, is on display. The other aspect of my presentation is to touch a little bit on the ways in which the arts and the humanities are also engaged in the production and use of useful knowledge. This project had its inspiration a year ago at the annual meeting here in Philadelphia, when Dave Gary, our esteemed library director, brought out a whole bunch of materials to look at that were being on display in anticipation of this year's commemoration. And as I looked through these materials, I was saturated with their richness and their suggestivity. And I turned to Dave Gary and I said, you know, this is a really interesting demonstration of the historical imaginary. So what is meant by the historical imaginary? Well, it is the idea that documents and artifacts are reinvented over time, these symbolic works, whether they're reinvented through interpretation or they're reinvented through a reinscription in material, visual, and graphic form. But the physicality, the materiality of these artifacts shows us how people imagined the symbolic value of these works across time. So we start here, for instance, with the Dunlap broadside, familiar to all of you. Letterpress printed, July 4th, 1776, and it has certain very specific characteristics, which I'll touch on again in a moment. But as time goes on, 40 years later, what happens? We see this magnificent John Binns steel engraving, and suddenly the letterpress broadside isn't there anymore. Okay, now it seems, oh yeah, right, to be a real document, a real historic document, it's got to be handwritten, okay, and it's got to have all these signatures on it. And then, because Binns has this inventory of iconography at his disposal, he begins to frame the handwritten center declaration with festoons and draperies and a swooping eagle. Right? None of this is in the original declaration that Dunlap printed, okay? So that's what I mean by the imaginary. This is graphical language transforming the declaration through a new set of symbolic and iconic values. And this kind of activity goes on. We see this. This is an illustrational sort of, school book piece that now we're setting the Declaration into historical scenes with costumed figures. And, but is it also like a medieval page with some kind of illumination reference? So this is the kind of information that inheres in graphical, visual, physical documents and informs us. So the project then, as inspired, was to supply a contemporary work. And one of the reasons for that, and maybe not the reason, but one of the issues was that the work that was printed by a woman printer, Mary Catherine Goddard, a year later in 1777, we couldn't get hold of a copy of it. And so there was some sense, I believe, on the part of both Mary Grace Walsh and David Gary, that referencing the role of women as printers and publishers within the history of American culture was also something important to do. And I'll just note that I did do some research into the other letterpress printers besides Ben, who had been in the Society, and I only found 3. They're all inducted in the same year at the end of the 18th century, and their names are, you know, Bradford, Bacon, and Thomas Bradford, Thomas Bacon, and David Hall. And there's all kinds of reasons for, I think, that transformation away from the printer scholar in 19th century industrial technology and what happens to the printing industry, but that's a story for another time. But the Goddard is a very important artifact, and Goddard was so proud of her role, or not proud, but so, I think, you know, serious about her role that she signs, indicates that she has been the printer at the bottom of this version of the Declaration. And the other thing that Goddard does is, for the first time, print all of the names of the signers, so they are public. So it is an interesting document. And again, the format of the Goddard is slightly different from that of the Dunlap. You see it's in 2 columns, but it's almost exactly word for word the same document. I've gone through it, and I think there might be a couple commas that are different. So that was the point of inspiration. Now what to do? Invited to do this project. So here's the challenge. How do you take such an iconic work, such an important founding document, and transform it without either falling into adulatory celebration or revisionist critique? And by adulatory celebration, it's like, oh, this is practically a divine document. No, it's written by human beings. And revisionist critique, which, you know, sort of invokes the demographics of the signers, white Christian men, majority slaveholders, both of these approaches close down conversation. Very little to say. So how do we think about the reinterpretation of historical monuments and documents? Well, there's plenty of precedents, right? The history of iconoclasm is filled with defacement, with the acts of violence against objects of faith and or political oppression. We see that there's a typology, in fact, of interventions. We can talk about removal, resituating, you know, your park of Lenins and Stalins. There's a fun afternoon. Replace, resituate, and then in the recent monuments show that was in Los Angeles, we see some of those same Confederate monuments that were just referenced, and what has happened as an act of intervention. So, do we cover them up? Do we reframe them? Do we put new interpretations on them? How do we resituate not just the monuments, but our relationship to them? What are the ways to do this? And again, the monuments exhibit was a real opportunity to again look at these contemporary strategies of rethinking our relationship to the historical past. So whether it's a statue of Robert E. Lee coming down, or again of Lenin or Stalin, or as in the case of the Kara Walker unmanned drone statue, this is an equestrian work, a portrait of Stonewall Jackson that Walker reconstructed. So there's remaking. In some cases, these statues were simply melted down in order for the metal to be used for something else. In other cases, the plinths were reworked. So there's plenty of material to work with and think about. But physical objects and sculptures have one set of opportunities. Texts present another challenge. So we can think about the ways in which the rewriting of historic texts also plays a role in allowing us to reposition ourselves in relationship to received classics. So we start with the Odyssey of Homer. We see James Joyce using this as a motif for his own, sort of stream of consciousness, existential challenges. We see Derek Walcott, the great poet, doing Omeros, invoking the Odyssey as a way to talk about colonialism, or more recently, this Madeline Miller Circe feminist intervention and rewriting of the text. So there's plenty of precedents to draw on, ways to think about the project. So as I began to do the design development, this is the first sketch that, mock-up that I did, I realized there were 3 components that I wanted to work with. The first was the central panel, which was the broadside that Dave Gary and Mary Grace Walsh and I all agreed should reference the Dunlap in terms of its size, but also the Goddard. So you'll see both formats are included here. That was going to be letterpress, and I did print it letterpress. I'll talk about that in a moment. But then there's the frame, and here I drew on the bins as my inspiration. And then finally, there's the question of what to do with the text itself. So I'll briefly run through what I did with these things. We start here again with the Dunlap. And the Dunlap is printed, by the way, in Caslon type. And this is an interesting aspect of the production, and we'll talk about that again in one moment. But the Dunlap was certainly in my mind as I began to think about how I would present this new project, and Goddard again as the second, influence. They're almost exactly the same size. The Goddard is 1 inch wider than the Dunlap, but in the end I had to actually use the Dunlap as my source because of the size of the printing press that I had and the fact that the dimensions of the press were hitting the gears if I referenced the Goddard. I kind of like that image, like the girl gets in the gears, right? So anyway, so I knew I was going to use these as my source. They're both printed in Caslon. Caslon type has a little scoop out of the majuscule A, so you can always recognize it. When you go back to the museum, look at the Dunlap, you'll see that. So Caslon is the typeface that is being used all over the colonies and in Britain at the time. It's kind of like the typeface, all right? And so you think, well, why didn't the Americans think about an American typeface? Right? Isn't type the dress code of text? Shouldn't we dress differently? I mean, during the Revolution, women started making homespun cloth to sort of say, no thanks to the British textile industry. So, in just a second, I'll explore this with you a touch more. I love Caslon. I've used it myself in various of my books. This is Through Light in the Alphabet, and you can see that beautiful majuscule A. It's an elegant, robust font, and that's one of the reasons it was so widespread. It was designed by William Caslon around 1720 or 30, and it holds up well for multiple use. It doesn't break easily, and it's highly legible, as well as, I think, being I always think of it as the people's font. I also used it in this book, The History of the My Word World, again, for its legibility. But let's go back to this problem of why not just make a new typeface? Oh, by the way, this is the Goddard handset as a form. And here you see someone pulling letters from the typecase. I estimate if I were setting the Declaration, I could do it in about 4.5 hours. So it's not an overwhelming task to hand set a text that is that long. But again, let's go back to this question of, we've got this Caslon, and it's predominant, and why not make a new typeface? Well, all right, I challenge you right now, anybody in this room, get out a piece of paper and a pen. And I want you to start to draw the different sizes of the Caslon type here so that the 8-point, the 12-point, the 14, and the title type all match each other, are consistent, don't look like Baskerville, Times New Roman, or, clunky Gothic, all right? It is a hard task to do. It takes a kind of practical knowledge that is of an extremely high level of technical expertise. Nobody in the colonies is actually cutting punches, because you don't draw these letters, people. You cut them on steel. So after you've done your little drawings here for the next hour, I'm going to give you each a steel punch. And then I'm going to let you carve a 6-point Caslon A, E, and then an italic to match on the end of a piece of steel. Nobody in the colonies could do that. There's a political economy to technological knowledge. What was being imported into the colonies are the matrices, because you don't give away your punches. You stamp brass matrices from steel punches and sell multiple copies of matrices so that then you can pour hot lead, that's easy, lead melted at low temperature, and you can cast the type. So the first typeface that's actually designed and produced in the United States is in 1790, and this is its name. All right, so again, Caslon is Caslon for a reason. Okay, on from Caslon to the frame. The frame, the bins frame that inspired me, again, has all kinds of festoons and decorations. Here I'll show you the top. Here's our swooping eagle, flourishes, and, magnificent, majuscules and, drapery and so on and so forth. So what is the graphical language of bins? Because graphical language is not neutral. It also communicates. And so it's steel engraving. Anybody done any steel engraving lately? It's kind of like ice skating on metal and leaving behind a perfect flourish trace. I can't do it, okay? I have tried to use a buren in steel, and I'll tell you, your veins are at risk, okay? So you have to cut in the steel. You see the beautiful flourishes. So here are my drawings in an attempt to begin to understand the flourish language that I am borrowing from bins, because I decided early on that the frame would be hand-drawn using a dipped pen. So that was my solution. And then there's things like the eagle. I found a whole bunch of sources. The one on the upper left is actually a researched source that I used. And then these are all beginnings of my own sketches. What should the eagle look like? What kind of expression? Eagles have real flat heads, it turns out, and real big shoulders, okay? And so figuring out how to draw the eagle, but also it had to be placed correctly in the frame. So pen and ink was going to be my language, my graphical language. But pen and ink also can look a little bit like wood block. This is a carved block. And the carved block has a very high intensity of contrast to it. Even if you carve, I've done a lot of block cutting in my life, even if you do a lot of shading, it's pretty severe. And here you see some models for trees, because I drew the liber tree at the bottom of the frame. Some models for frames that were, for trees that were done in wood block. So as I said, I decided my graphical language would be pen and ink, and to do the state seals, all in pen and ink. You see my sketch studies on the right. You have to go through these very elaborate iconographic images and figure out how to distill them, because my state seals are only 1.5 inches tall, because even to make the drawing the same size as the bins, to get all 50 of the state seals on there was a challenge. So getting the essence of these drawings. So pen and ink, dip pen, quill. I will tell you the ergonomics of drawing a 24 by 36 drawing with a quill pen so that you don't spill anything and that you can reach all points. It has its own physical challenges. And finally then, so we've got the broadside, we've got the frame, and finally the question of what to do with the text. So originally I thought, well, this is easy, just get an AI chatbot to update the text and say, give me a contemporary version of this, and like people speak. All right, so I do this, and what do I get back? Yo, listen up, you gotta stay in your lane. So I'm like, oh, no. And again, Mary Grace and Dave, we were back and forth, and it's like we all agreed that wasn't gonna be the right tone. But the question of tone and the question of text is non-trivial. What to do with this text? So I belong to a community of writers and poets. I've been in that world for 50 years, and I've watched many experimental techniques and approaches and participated in them. And these are called conceptual writing practices, but they have a long tradition. And conceptual writing practices are writing under constraints with rules. So here you see this 1875 Amusement philologique compiled by Gabriel Pagnol, which is an inventory of writing under constraint. 1875. And he's going back into antiquity, and here's this inventory looking at things like acrostics, palindromes, right, lipograms, all kinds of ways of constricting what you can do with the text. Now, a lot of people participated in this tradition. If you could read this, which you can't from a distance, you'd see Pope and Dryden and Aeschylus, and it's like, it's a who's who of, folks in the history of theater, philosophy, poetry, and text. So writing under constraint is not something we invented, in the 1970s, a bunch of language poets. It's something that has a long and venerable history and was reinvented again in the 1960s in the Oulipo group in France, Ouvrages littéraires potentiels. And here you see again a bunch of the kind of techniques of writing under constraint. So the technique I adopted for the Declaration is this, and it is taken from Ronald Johnson, his 1977 rework of Paradise Lost into a text called Radios. All he did was erase things, take things out, and bring forward a new text. And that, in fact, is, and here you see a version of, not radios, but of this erasure technique. If you don't leave the gaps, the erasure disappears. So when I went back to the Declaration, what I did was to perform an active erasure on the original text and take out all of the historically specific references to monarchs, to events, to anything that tied the text to a single specific moment, and instead bring forward for the present the principles that are in the Declaration. And then I printed the broadside and signed and numbered every copy, and you can see the joke, and that is the final project. So there it is. What are the principles? How do we keep them alive for the future? Thanks for your attention. Not quite as short as I hoped.
One question for Joanna, but I want to just say, what a wonderful way to end our session by sort of reinscribing the importance of re-examination, reinvention, and being as dispassionate as possible and collecting information and then forging something anew.
Thank you.
Very inspirational. A question for Joanna. There we go.
Joanna's marvelous work. I just wanted to push your own thinking. Maybe you've already been there, talking about the cyber world. If our mission is to get, the Declaration in front of more and more people in a more relevant way, and so much is online now or digital, have you given any thought to how you would reimagine the next phase of what the artifact should look like in digital format? Sorry, I'm Brooke Manville from Washington, D.C.
Well, I mean, certainly, one of the advantages of digital technology is that you can index multiple versions, iterations of a work. And one of the points of discussion early on in the design was whether to inscribe in the final version the editing process to see what had been left out, what had been put in, and how that discussion went forward. So a dynamic interface would, with a series of layers, would certainly allow that discussion to be brought forward and annotated with commentary and erudite work. But so that'd be one thing that you could do. And again, the dynamic interface would also allow that to kind of play before your eyes if you wanted it to. So I think that, the people who do critical editing and historical editing have done work in that vein for, several decades now. I think about the Shakespeare Variorum, for instance, that allows you to see all those iterations. So I think that would be something that would be very useful and interesting to do.
Let's thank Joanna.
Thank you.
And remember to go to her website for a real visual treat.
Thank you, Nina.
Patrick and I both have a little bit of housekeeping, so please bear with us. Thank you for these really amazing 3 days of intellectual communion and shared joy and epiphany, I would say. All our speakers, panelists, and inductees, whoever is still here, how wonderful to have you here. And thank you for joining us for this exceptional meeting. And thank you to our guests, our friends, our relations who have joined us as well. Before you depart, a few announcements. First of all, lunch will be served presently in the Fells Room in just a few moments. And for those who don't need to rush off, our Associate Director of Collections, David Gary, who is responsible for the These Truths exhibit, will be in Library Hall, reading room for an open house and conversations this afternoon. So for those of you who have not yet enjoyed the splendors of our library, please make sure that you catch David in the library. If you signed up for either of our airport shuttles, these will depart from the front of Franklin Hall at 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. And if you've not signed up and would like to, please see and check in with our staff to make sure that you have a space reserved on one of those buses. And for those of you looking ahead to upcoming events, the APS will host a joint meeting with the Royal Society. I think we still have Sir Paul Nurse here, who's waving and happy and gleeful to welcome us, July 13th and 14th, followed by days of experiential travel around London for those who are fit to do so. And back in November, we will be here once more for our meetings, so please mark on your calendars November 19th, Thursday, to November 21st, Saturday. And from my perspective, thank you for just a wonderful meeting. And Patrick will close out the day with final thank yous.
Just two quick things. Joanna, thank you for that wonderful presentation, but more importantly, thank you for the contribution that you've made to the exhibit and to the Society. And I also want to thank you for gifting to the Society this document itself, but also for sale are 250 limited edition prints of Joanna's work. You can purchase it out in the Fells Room. All proceeds are coming to the Philosophical Society. We're selling them at $350 for the limited 250 edition prints. That includes shipping. These prints cannot be rolled or folded, so we have to ship them flat. So if you're interested in purchasing this to remember both 1776, but also the meeting and the discussions that we had today, information on that will be in the Fells Room. Finally, but most importantly, I also want to extend my thanks to all of you for coming and making this an incredible 3 days, but also to the staff who make everything happen. So I want to thank all of the volunteers. I especially want to thank Brenna Holland, Director of Programs, Elizabeth DeVore, the manager of meetings, and Erin Farrell, the membership coordinator, who really make everything happen here. So I think we owe them a special round of applause. And we look forward to seeing everybody in November. Thanks again.